And we'll see if that helps us. And we're back. Hopefully that fixes my issue. A little bit of lag in my live video. Hopefully we don't get Adam back. Goofy Adam. Hello. Oh, of course we get Goofy Adam back. Nobody wants you here, Adam. You suck. You suck at life. Everybody knows it. Even your parents know it. You're disappointing my live stream the same way you disappoint your parents. You suck, Adam. You suck. Just talk nice now. You have a meaningless YouTube channel as a 40-year-old. Well, I'm not 40, but. And it's meaningless to you, so nobody cares. New York does suck. Keep going, Adam. I appreciate it. That's why God and life hand you lemons, because you're a fucking loser. You fucking loser. Let us know, Adam. I'll get you another disabled person to fight in the troll fighting championships. We're not going to discriminate and throw you in there with someone capable. We're going to throw you in there with some other fucking goober. We'll throw you in there with another disabled retard. Sound like a plan, Adam? Yeah, I think Ray's going to look good in this fight, but we'll see. It's definitely a tough matchup. Nah, this card's been dope so far. I've probably pulled more bitches in my life than you, Adam, so I'm not worried about it. Plus, why are you judging another man on their looks? Keep retracting your messages, you fucking goof. Retract them, because nobody wants to hear them. Again, even your parents think you're a disappointment. Nah, this card's been fire so far tonight. Even that robbery fight was a good fight. Oh, man, though. Did my shit just get super laggy again? I feel like it's Adam. Every time Adam's in the chat, shit's fucking up. Goofy Adam. Goofy, no bitches, Adam. Adam, you are showing how stupid you are. You're one of those people that would rather sit and complain about something you don't like seeing rather than just change the channel. Yeah, he's a fucking goof. But again, we appreciate trolls. And the worst about Adam is he's bitch made. We gave him a chance to come fight in the troll fighting championships, but he's a fucking loser. Adam, you pull no bitches. Don't try to lie. You already lied and said you were disabled to avoid getting into a fight to be held accountable for your trolling. I mean, the way my internet's bothering, it says I have excellent connection and it says it's doing good, but I don't know. I feel like the second I'm getting lag on my computer, and I feel like the second I hit live on on TikTok, I'm gonna have more issues. But let me try it, see what happens. And now I gotta just clean up my mouth for TikTok. Oh, Van's looking good so far. Stuff and everything Chisara's doing. I mean, it's telling me excellent connection, but then I'm seeing a little lag. Oh, I'm not liking Chisora so far. Just the way he's fighting is not gonna get it done. Keeps getting stuffed on his takedown attempts. Joshua Van's landing some elbows. Oh, come on. It just opened up finally. But yeah, I'm not liking what Tesora's doing so far. He's getting stuffed on his takedown attempts. What's up, Jay Slice? How are we today? Good Saturday. A day we've been waiting for a minute. We got some fights, a couple of bangers, a couple of trolls in the chat. Now we got the legend Jay Slice. I have like a windstorm, wind advisory warnings here in upstate New York that are fucking up my internet. Need to get me some fiber optics. Oh, there we go. Tesoro finally gets a takedown. I was worried for him. He kept getting stuffed. Oh, Van popping right back up. Yeah, I'm not liking this fight so far for Tesoro. He's young though, so his cardio should hold up. He got another takedown there, but I don't think he's going to be able to steal this round with those couple of little takedowns. He didn't do enough damage. Couple of takedowns, no damage. So yeah, nothing big enough there to steal the round. I might have to give that first round to Joshua Van. Looks like Tesoro is going to be the bad play in the parlay. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm rooting for Bobby Green, but I don't think he gets it done, unfortunately. What's up, user 482? I think that Bobby Green has potential to win this fight, but we know Bobby Green is going to adjust how he fights, so it's going to be hands down. Rufy's not really the guy you want to lower your hands against. I'm rooting for Bobby Green, but I don't know if he could pull this one out. He is a pretty sizable underdog as well. Coming off that Jalen Turner fight, the Paddy Pimblett fight. Yeah, they banned me, user 482. I've been banned. I've been getting banned every week. Yeah, his takedown defense was good. He got taken out a few times at the end of that first round, but he definitely won that first round, I think, despite the takedowns. What's up, Cretin? I haven't smoked in a minute. I got weed, just haven't rolled it up and smoked it in a minute. No, I'll just do some commentary. Can't show it, they'll ban me. The numbered events, they're always out looking for it. Little play-by-play, and I'll keep you updated on the action. Make sure you buy TikTok merch. But yeah, Tusara, I'm not liking his body language right now, and that he's just going for these takedowns. He definitely needs to mix up his striking, try to land something. Van looks smaller, but he's definitely the better striker. Yeah, a little judo throw into a judo mount, but now Tesora's got to keep him here. I have been 86th from a bar, but no, I'm 80. I get 86th from TikTok all the time. TikTok stays fucking with me. I like MMA Guru. I'm a fan. Oh, that sounds amazing, Steeler Nation. A spinach and feta pizza and a steak hoagie. That sounds like you're going to have a good time with this main card. Oh, man, I didn't realize I said that before. I said the W word. They might get me on that. But yeah, make sure you go to the TikTok shop. Get yourself some TikTok merch. But yeah, Tesoro, these takedowns, even though he's young, there's only so many takedowns you could shoot. Getting sprawled on. Van's getting right up every time he takes him down, so it's not looking good for Tesoro. Unless you're Merab. Yes, Merab could take people down at will and get many takedowns. It's the second round of Van Tesora. Tesora is just not, his game plan's not working. Yeah, 74-inch reach is very long for 5'9". I mean, I thought Tesora was going to win this fight, but I did also see how Van could win it. Van definitely is fought in the better competition. Yeah, this fight should make it to round 3. Yeah, he's not throwing any punches. Just keeps going for these takedowns and getting sprawled on. And then when he gets a takedown, he's not holding him down. Picks. Obviously, I think everyone's going Rufy. I don't think Bobby Green has a way to win that fight, unfortunately. It sucks. Tesora is going to fuck me on this one. But Gaethje, Alex Pereira. Right now, it's Van versus Tesora, the last fight of the prelims. This was supposed to be Curtis Blades versus Kuniev, but Curtis Blades got sick. Thank you for the follow. Let's Die in New York. I think they'll like Tesora, though. They're trying to have Tesora build their audience in China. He's the road to the UFC winner. You know, if they were smart and if they were trying to build him up, they would have gave him a different opponent than Van. They would have gave him an old fighter. But yeah, Tesora's striking just doesn't look good here. I think O'Malley has a chance, but I think Merab might have O'Malley's number. But O'Malley definitely has the power. He's live in any fight. I don't think Merab's striking's elite, but his wrestling, his grappling is definitely really good. But yeah, Tesora's striking just isn't there. Nice knee by Van. Tesora's about to go down 2-0. Yeah, Rufy is from the Fighting Nerds. You know, Bobby Green's skilled. He's got potential, but him too, I might have to say low fight IQ. He just doesn't always fight smart. And that style with your hands down, it works against some people. It doesn't work against knockout punchers and guys with good footwork, long range. You know, I feel like Bobby Green's doing that against guys he shouldn't do it against, and it's winding up paying him. Timu Sarukian. I think Alex is going to win. I'm rooting for Alex, but I wouldn't be surprised if Magomedov blankets him. Like, I know Magomedov's not that level of grappler. He's not Khabib. He's not Islam, but I'd have to think his training camp was with that game plan, and that's got to be the path to victory for him. He's not that smart if he comes in thinking I'm going to outstrike Pereira. Well, the main card starts at 10. They got 5 fights. The pay-per-view usually runs about 3 hours, so the main event should be around 12:30. No, I think Jan has more power than Ankalaev. I would say Jan's got some of the best power at 205. Jan's got really hard kicks as well. Ankalaev's good. That's how people are saying that he could win. He's on a win streak. He's been effective. He beat Blachowicz. Got robbed. He definitely could win. You know, Pereira's won me over, though. I'm a fan of Pereira, so I'm definitely rooting for Pereira. I want Pereira to win, but that's the thing, too. Pereira's really good. I think people sleep on Pereira. I think Pereira can stop the takedowns, or at least if he does get taken down, not take too much damage on the bottom. I feel like the leg kicks are definitely going to be there for Izzy. There's not been a fight where Izzy hasn't had effectiveness with the leg kicks. So I'm sure the leg kicks will be working for him. And we've seen him get fucked up by leg kicks and have difficulty with the leg kicks. I feel like even though he beat, there's still, this is Van Tesora, the last prelim. I feel like even though Magomedov won the fight, Krylov was getting to his legs. We saw Jan have good success against him with the low kicks. We've seen lesser strikers be able to give him problems. What do they have right now? The odds, I'm sure, moved. Nah, they still got Magomedov a slight underdog. The worst is Tesora, though. Tesora is about to sell one of my parlays. He's about to really piece of shit me. He fought fucking terrible this whole fight. Yeah, Magomedov is a slight underdog. Good. I saw a lot of people saying it's really good value for a Dagestani. You're not going to get Dagestanis at that price, but he's not Islam or Khabib. That's the one misconception that everyone keeps making. Islam and Khabib are definitely next level compared to Magomedov. I use DraftKings. Who's the GOAT? John Jones. If it's not John Jones, it's George St. Pierre, because George St. Pierre avenged his losses. Both were on something. There's nobody who's going to say that GSP, he wasn't on anything because he never pissed hot. There's a lot of guys that were on stuff that didn't piss hot. I talk about this all the time. I went in depth about it last time I was live. There's always something out there that you're taking that here's the ban list, here's the list of stuff that could be on the ban list but replicates what's banned, and that's what they take. I'm hoping the judges were sleeping for this fight too, and we get the upset to Sora. But I don't think he's going to win this fight. He's about to get his first L. Yeah, Ankalaev has trips. He doesn't have a good double leg or takedowns like that. Yeah, Jones is the GOAT. That's why I named my dog after John Jones. Let's see her. Here she is. Named after the GOAT, Joanna Jones Jacek. Bones Jones. She's black. She fights like John Jones. She's built like Joanna. All right, you can go, Joe. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that they think GSP because Jones is dirty, but you can't. GSP was on something. Might not have been stuff that he was pissing hot for and on the ban list, but he was on something. Yeah, I think Jones beats Aspinall. A lot of people disagree with that. Until I see John Jones lose, I can't really pick against him. Yeah, you always need a good dog. It's tough, though, when they go. That's always the saddest day. I'll be very sad when Joe goes. You know, like dogs are funny. They think anything is a new toy. So, like, I bought a thing of Visine, and my dog's now chewing it, thinks that it's a toy. Hopefully, we've had 2 low blows, but I don't think this referee's going to deduct a point, but I will take a draw if I can get a draw. Yeah, that's what we need. We need John versus Aspinall, and then we need the super fight with Petta. Right now, we got Van versus Sora. So they restarted it. No point deduction. But yeah, good performance by Van. Yeah, your dog's your ride or die usually. Some people have asshole dogs, but it's all about how you raise them. Yeah, he lied about that once they showed it on the replay. But what it is too is once you get hit with a low blow, your lower abdomen is very tender. Yeah, I didn't think Petrosian was going to win that fight. I picked Fajeda, but the worst is that I picked fucking this Japanese dude, a Chinese dude, and he really bummed me out. You know, there's nothing worse than when you call a couple of underdogs on earlier fights, but then you bet on some fucking idiot and he blows it for you. I had a few parlays that were looking good that just got sold by that bullshit. You know, I don't know if any of you guys are gamblers, but I've talked about it before. I have my one cousin who's the ultimate jinx when it comes to gambling. So I've been on a roll lately. I've been doing very good. When he messages me and he always talks about bets and I tell him, don't talk to me about bets, you're a fucking jinx. Like I had one week where I had a bunch of bets about the cash. He hits me up. They all, 5 different teams, all fucking plummeted simultaneously. Yesterday, all my bets are looking good. He hits me up. All my bets fucking plummet. And then usually he sends me on like a little fucking losing skid. Like that's what today's looking like. Everything just looks trash. He's the ultimate fucking jinx. The ultimate fucking jinx. That's good. I'm jealous, user 482. Holly Madison, one of the original bops. They're not pushed back. They were just a bunch of low blows that usually run as the time run a little bit late. And they started a little bit late. You know, they had a couple fights fall out, so they started a little later, I think, than they should have. Ank beats Pajeda by decision. Alex is great against strikers, bad against well-rounded. Could happen. Yeah, there's definitely been some nut shots tonight. Come here. Come on. You've eaten too much today. No more food. Fat. Van won. I didn't even see the decision, but Van definitely won. The best pizza I've ever had? I don't know. There's a lot of good pizza spots on Long Island and New York, but where I live now, there's no good pizza spots. There's like one decent one. I used to frequent. I like specialty slices, so there's a place called Mama's in Copeg, New York. That's pretty good, but they're expensive. They're one of those like bougie pizza places. Yes, main card time. I always think of the Just Bleed guy. Like, that's where I'm at right now. Like, that's where Alex Pajeda gets you, is in the fucking Just Bleed mentality. I remember I was at, I used to, until I hurt my neck and my back and got really fucked up, I used to go to a lot of UFC events. And I was at 282 when he beat Adesanya. Great night of fights. That was Chandler versus Poirier. Bunch of good fights on that card. And then the main event was fucking nuts when he beat Adesanya in the 5th round. I try to avoid pasta, but I do like a good pasta. Pasta's how you put on the weight, and they also say pasta, wheat products and pasta products give you inflammation. I mean, Leo, the odds were crazy, so I kind of stayed away from that one. I should have went with Van. I knew Van was going to win, but I just liked Tussara as an underdog, like an idiot. And Fajeda, I figured he was going to win that fight. I'm leaning towards Alex, but the chat and a lot of the conversations I've been having, I'm seeing a lot of people pick Ankalaev. Wouldn't be surprised if Ankalaev wins. I'm just hoping it's a great fight. That's what I'm rooting for. It's just a very entertaining scrap. You know, that's what we're really hoping for. It's just a very entertaining war. I did see Mark Goddard as the referee. Always hit or miss with Mark Goddard. Not the best ref. I stayed away from the Lemos fight. Women's MMA is very unpredictable. You never knew who's going to win. Yes, you're right, Jay Sly. Shout out to all the Jews. I mean, I eat pizza and stuff. I really changed my diet since the accident, and I had high cholesterol. I'm getting fucking old. But I eat a lot of turkey, meatballs, turkey meatloaf, shit like that, tuna fish, fruit. I make some smoothies. I eat I love Italian food. I like shrimp. I eat a lot of tacos. Yeah, I could see that. I saw that a lot of people saying that too, that they were unsure about the main event. They were staying away from it because it could go. It really is a fight that could go either way. I say it all the time. It's harder to stay champion than it is to become champion. If you guys get what I mean by that, like when you're champion, so much other shit's coming at you. You have more obligations. You have more media. You probably train less. Yeah, this Joanna, total bitch. A lot of the time, she's a diva. That's why I had to just grab her because she was sitting there like whinging at me. She's eating way too much today. See, she just growled at me when I called her a bitch. Yeah, I'm talking about you, bro. But should be a dope night of fights. Glad you guys are joining me. I'll give you as good a play-by-play as I can. The women's fight, though, we'll sit and talk and chat during that fight. That fight's gonna be fucking atrocious. That's the bathroom break. Everybody go get food. Yeah, she's a spoiled bitch. You know, look at her though. You'd spoil her. She's a little character. But yeah, maybe during that Lemos, I might take her OUTSIDE. Give her a little bathroom break. You know, I just hope that fight surprises us. Because I don't want that fight to be a 15-minute, boring, bullshit fight, that women's fight. Definitely shouldn't have been on the main card. Fucking atrocious. Like I said, what they should have did is they should have gave us a little discount for this card. Nom, 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 nom. This is Joanna Jones Jacek. She's named after Joanna Joan Jacek and John Jones. She's a bitch. Get out of here. Oh, don't start. Don't start. See, sometimes she's a bitch. Joanna was entertaining. That's why I named my dog after her. Joanna was always entertaining. Sandstorm. Are you talking about the entrance music? Who used to use Sandstorm? I think didn't Vanderlei Silva? Oh, right now, yeah. Yeah, Whaley's fun to watch. Valentina's definitely fun to watch. The rest of them, though, not so much. Yeah, why? You looking forward to the Bobby Green fight? I'm really rooting for Bobby Green. I hope he could pull it out, but Father Time's undefeated, and we're starting to see that it's catching up to him. He's 38. He never changed his fighting style. He fights with his hands down. The fights are starting now. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bobby Green versus Rufy's the first fight, right? Let me see. So yeah, this is gonna be the first fight. No, they're not walking out yet. Thank you, Fazoli. I appreciate it. It's absolutely terrible. We should have got a discount for it. Some fucking nerve of the UFC to put that shit on my main card. Like Bruno Fajeda versus Petrosian could have been on the main card. Van versus Sora could have been on the main card. They were gonna fucking really slight Curtis Blades and that Russian dude and put them on the undercard when they put this bitch fucking fight on the card. It's terrible. Yeah, I love Kayla Harrison. She's a doll. Sweet lady in real life. And now, don't shoot the messenger, but if you guys saw her out, done up, a couple drinks in you definitely throw some sticks at her. She has an aura about her. And then it's funny, I had my one friend who I did an interview with her. Like, we were, talking. People were like, you guys are flirting. We were just talking. But then my one friend was like, bro, she would break your dick off. And then one of the funniest comments I've ever seen is like right under the video, someone wrote that she should have face paint and tassels because she looks like the Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, she's going to fucking destroy Pena, I think. Yes, you can go. No, I don't even know if they have it on Fight Pass anymore. I think it's just ESPN Plus. Yeah, they were doing Curtis Blades dirty, putting him on. I mean, the main fight of the prelims is good too, but no, I don't think you could watch it on Disney Plus. I think it's just on ESPN Plus. I mean, you saw it did to Aljamain and Mosvar too, though. They put them on the fucking prelims. They do that a lot. And if I'm not mistaken, was there a girl fight on that main card? I don't want to just keep throwing shade at women fights, but they're just not entertaining. I'm sure everyone can agree with me on that notion. They're not the most entertaining fights. Put them on the prelims. There's no world, even when there's a championship female fight, make that the first fight of the night. Don't put that as the co-main event or the main event. Like, just don't. Just don't do it. And I'm not sexist. I'm talking about entertainment value. If they were fighting up to the skill level and the standards of the guy fights, then let them fight in the main event, co-main event, but they're not. Exactly, Tinkle. Same reason I don't watch guys figure skate. It's just the sport's still behind. It's behind the men's right now. Is anyone watching the WNBA? No. We all got onto Caitlin Clark a little bit because she was playing like a dude. She was hitting threes. She was playing like Steph, hitting logo threes and shit. She started captivating the audience a little bit. Watch another WNBA game and then tell me you want to watch women play basketball. Amanda, I think, is the second fight, if I'm not mistaken. So in about a half hour, everybody gets a little bathroom break, take a nap, go get something to eat, take your dog outside, do some shit. But I hope the fight is good and it's not a disappointing fight. But even then, even if it winds up being a good scrap, I don't want it on the pay-per-view. Thoughts on this fight? I'm rooting for Bobby Green. Bobby Green, and he'll probably be in his corner, trains with Marcos Galval. That's my old jiu-jitsu coach, one of my brothers from another mother. I trained with Laurel for many years. Former Bellator 135-pound champion. And Bobby Green, he opened up a gym in California. Bobby Green started training with him, but we saw it against Patty. Like, there's no realm where Patty should have triangled Bobby Green that easily. He just brain farted and fucking sat there, not trying to get out of that triangle, letting Green make the adjustments. But Bobby Green's got really good jiu-jitsu, just doesn't show it. He just keeps coming out every fight, same thing, hands down. It doesn't work against everybody. I can remember even that Jalen Turner fight, the Dustin Poirier fight. How many times now? Oh, there's our boy Chuck Liddell. Bust out the rails, fellas. Bust out the rails. Chuck's there. All right, here we go. Bobby Green and Rufy doing the So now this is the moment where we're going to see what's up with the fighting nerds as they start moving up into the better echelon. What's going to be a grappling fest X? The women's fight? Oh, there wasn't a women's fight on that Mosvar card? There was a fight, though, that I remember absolutely shouldn't have been on the main card that they put over Aljamain. Don't switch up when Alex wins. I don't know what that means. My prediction for this fight, I think, is going to go Rufy, but I'd love to see Bobby Green pull off this upset. You know, you see it a lot in fighting. Sometimes just the size of the guys evolves. The skill obviously evolves, but I feel like Bobby Green now is kind of a small, lightweight, and just that fighting with his hands down style is not working for him. It's not working for him. Rufy, too, seems like a good prospect. Yeah, this is definitely that fight. If Bobby Green loses this, I would like to see him retire. He's made his money. He bought some houses. I've interviewed Bobby in the past. He seems like he did good things with his money. But I know he's got a few kids. Chama. Yes. Who do I have in the main event? Chama. I think Petta gets it done. But again, easier to become champion than it is to stay champion. How well prepared is Petta for the fight? I think he's prepared. And I know because he's fought so many high-level kickboxing fights. He's fought other MMA fights on short notice, even at altitude. But Father Time could catch up to him. The stardom could catch up to him. There's a lot of factors working against Alex in this fight. And Magomed Ankalaev is a fucking killer. You got to look at him, too. Like, he could adjust things and put on a better performance than we've seen from him in the past. He beat Blachowicz. He got kind of fucked over in that fight that they gave him a draw, but he should have been champion then. And then if you remember the way the timeline worked out, Dana didn't give either one of those guys the next title fight. He just said they had a draw, they had a shitty fight. Neither one of them are getting the next title shot, and the next title shot went to... who got the title shot after that? Was it Jamal Hill? Who won the title after that? No, it was that was because Jamal Hill was out. Let me see. Was it, if I'm not mistaken, it was Alex who got the next title shot after that. I'll just be able to do some commentary. If I put the fight up, they're going to take me down and ban me again. I've had a ban every week for the last, 6 weeks that I'm pretty sure if I get one more, my TikTok is gone. But I'll get some highlights for you. That's the best I could do. What's up, CR7? Because you can't go live, and they would just ban that account too, X. And you can't go live unless you have a certain amount of followers. Yeah, so they made Jerry versus Pereira after Jamal Hill got stripped. I'm rooting for Gaethje. I think Gaethje won the first fight. He probably wins this fight. You're in Qatar? Qatar? Like overseas Qatar? What's up, Henny? I think that Pereira's going to win and Justin Gaethje. Those are my picks. And I think Bahamondes. But Gaethje and Fiziev, however you pronounce it, how are they both going to fight? Both need to win this fight. Otherwise, they're no longer in contention for the title. Fiziev lost two in a row. Gaethje's coming off that Max Holloway fight. Absolutely both need a win tonight. Like, arguably, both could be close to retirement with a loss. Gaethje at 36, if he doesn't win, it's only going to get worse for him from here. Father Time, undefeated, especially at those lower weight classes. It only gets worse for you once you start losing a little bit. Shout out to Marcos Galval in Bobby Green's corner. This fight should be fireworks, though. They both look like they're ready to get after it. But again, 38 to 28. Rufy's got inch of height, 4 inches of reach. So he's definitely a bigger lightweight. IDK, Bobby Green versus Marcio Rufy's about to start. Bruce Buffer's about to go to work and do his job announcing them. And then we'll get the first fight of the main card. No, I don't believe it's on Disney Plus. I think they have it rigged, so it's just on ESPN Plus. Hey, there's a realm where Bobby Green turns back the clock, though, and puts on one of those hands down crisp performances, but they've walked out. They're in the octagon, about to fight. Bruce Buffer's getting his money. One of the funniest things, too, is I've seen so many people talk about this fight, and they're like, Bobby or King Green, or like nobody wants to call him King Green. And he like legally changed his name to King. Nobody's calling him King Green. Shout out to John Morgan, too. Looks like he started doing those push-ups. He lost a couple pounds. All right, so here we go. Bobby Green and Rufy starting out. Little feeling out process. Thank you for the follow, Henry. I appreciate it. But yeah, the goal tonight is not get banned. So if you guys all can, throw me some likes in the chat. Throw me a follow. Follow my YouTube, Stan the Man MMA. I appreciate you guys. Why is what not working, Justin? So both of them are doing like some goofy shit so far. Bobby Green with the hands down. Rufy's kind of turning his back with the hands down. Little feeling out process. Couple of low kicks from Bobby Green. Best light heavyweight of all time is John Jones. Rufy definitely looks bigger than Bobby Green here. Oh, big right hand for Rufy. Just rock Bobby Green. Get your fucking hands up, Bobby Green. Like, what are you doing? Definitely just wobbled Bobby Green. Bobby Green doesn't look like he's on shore feet right now. Yeah, Bobby Green might be getting knocked out in this fight. Anderson was a middleweight. Oh, spinning back kick. Just knocked Bobby Green out cold. Anybody out there, if you train, keep your fucking hands up. Bobby Green just got knocked out with a spinning back kick because he's moving with his fucking hands down. Like, what are you doing, guy? That's definitely performance bonus right there. Spinning back kick knockout. You guys will be seeing that on the highlights. Yeah, Daniel Cormier just said it best. That's one of the best knockouts you'll ever see. And then he just did a little spinning back flip. Now he's doing some capoeira. Horrible performance by Bobby Green. Hopefully he takes his gloves off and lays him down because it's only going to get worse from here. Kicked him right on the side of the fucking head, right in the ear, temple area with his heel. Vicious spinning back kick. Yeah, he's done. Hopefully. You know, he's been fighting for a minute, so he gets a pretty good purse. It's tough to get out of there when you're getting paid good. But I can't see the UFC wanting to still offer him fights after that. Kind of like feinted a left hook. Showed a left hook, but threw a spinning back kick that ran right up the side of Bobby Green's head, and he just face planted. Face planted, and then slid across the octagon. Fucking terrible. Everybody. They just showed a crowd cam. Everybody's jaws dropped. Yeah, terrible knockout. Bobby Green lost. Yeah, his face slid across the octagon. Face planted and then slid across the octagon. Bobby Green got knocked out with a spinning back kick. He got rocked early with a right hand and then knocked out with a spinning back kick. Got to keep your hands up, though. If you're not keeping your hands up, you're doing yourself a disservice. That keeping your hands down, moving shit does not work against the best guys. How many times now have we seen it not work for Bobby Green? Yeah, terrible. Terrible performance for Bobby Green. He's not taking his gloves off, so he's going to ride this one till the wheels fall off. Joe Rogan's got on the Fighting Nerds glasses. Man, that was rough, though. That's rough to watch right there. Bobby Green got fucking slept. Yeah, I think he's not finished. He didn't take his gloves off. I mean, unless he plans on retiring off the broadcast, but that was rough. Yeah, Page has better defense, and he's a little bit quicker, even though he's up there in age. Again, even him, though, it's just a matter of time. We've seen him caught by people. We saw Diego Lima. Was it Diego Lima? One of the Lima brothers catch him. Hit him with a leg kick and then caught him with a punch, but was catching him in that fight with his hands down. It does not work. Anybody, any coach that's teaching you to fight like that, go find a new coach. Worst fighting style to try to emulate. I like Petta. I think Pereira's going to win, but one of those fights, wouldn't be surprised if Ankalaev fucks him up. Yeah, Ian Gary was having some success against them. Terrible performance by Bobby Green, though, right there. Terrible. Did not put his hands up once to protect himself from any sort of attack. If his hand was up, he wouldn't have got hit with that. If he kept his hands up, he wouldn't have got hit with that spinning back kick. Gotta keep your hands up. If you don't keep your hands up, you deserve to have shit like that happen to you. I don't know what else to say. Guys, definitely getting some bonus money for that one. That was definitely a bonus money worthy knockout right there. Knock on wood. No, I'm not having any issues. Anthony Smith, the good Anthony Smith, not the bad Anthony Smith. I do not think Volk versus Lopez is a 50-50 fight. I think it's like a 75-25 fight. I think Volk has already seen better versions of Lopez. I think Volk picks him apart with the low kicks. You don't even have a name, so there's 0 point in you commenting or existing. Man, there's something wrong with like the world today. You get such goofy people. Like if you're watching TV and you find a channel you don't like, do you sit and fucking watch it? You change the channel. Use your brain. Change the channel. If you stay and you don't change the channel with something you don't like, it shows that you're a fucking idiot. Like, what are we doing here? But again, go to the TikTok shop. Buy yourself some stuff off the TikTok shop. No bans today. No bans. Who you guys got in Paddy Pimblett versus Chandler? No time left in that fight. That fight's over. Next up is a bathroom break. And the worst, too, is Amanda Lemos. She's getting up there in age, but she came out literally. She has her hair dyed like a platinum color, but it looks gray. She had like on weird glasses. She came out looking like a grandma at the weigh-ins. And then Yasmin Lucendo with this lesbo haircut. I'm sure if she had some hair, she'd look good, but she has a bad haircut. But again, go to the TikTok shop. Get yourself some beer bombs, make some tacos, TikTok shop. Don't even go food shopping tomorrow. Just go to the TikTok shop. Oh, Jake, I got that comment on YouTube as well that the pay-per-view's not working. So I guess people are having difficulty with ESPN and Plus. Yes, user 482. That's how you have to go through life. This is a no bullshit channel. We speak our mind. I get banned every fucking week, though. So I'm really hoping today is not another one of those days. I think, actually, if I get banned today, I lose my channel. So trying to keep it good. But everybody, please throw me a follow. Throw some likes up in the chat. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you. Is that Alson? Alsano? Allison? Thank you, Julian. I appreciate it. Why, Anthony Smith? You're against Paddy Pimblett? I like Paddy Pimblett. He's grown on me. Where Chandler has lost me, Paddy Pimblett's grown on me. So they kind of switched places a little bit. I like that one time Paddy Pimblett won, and he was speaking on mental health, and he was saying how he lost his friend. I like how he trolls Ilya, even though Ilya probably fucks him up. But even now, the way that their careers are going too, Patty's been delivering, and so it kind of shows. I think Ilya obviously fucks him up, but that fight could wind up happening one day. Now they're showing a Robbie Lawler promo. Shout out to the OG Robbie Lawler getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Wow, they actually showed Phil Baroni on the UFC broadcast, considering what happened with him. That's crazy. Shout out to the New York Badass. Pereira fight, a couple hours away. Right now, they're talking about Robbie Lawler going into the Hall of Fame. Well deserved. Showing his knockout of Frank Trigg, Joey Villancior, Scott Smith. He's knocked out so many people. What happened with who, user 482? What was everybody in the chat, what was your favorite Robbie Lawler fight? What was your favorite Robbie Lawler moment? Knocking out Koscheck, knocking out Bobby Volkler. Knocking out Jake Ellenberger. Oh, Phil Baroni. He allegedly beat up his wife in Mexico and murdered her. Allegedly. The match. Well, up next we got a bathroom break. That's why they're going into all these promos and whatnot, is because we have Lucendo versus Amanda Lemos coming up next. Bobby Green got knocked out with a spinning back kick so far. So we got this women's fight coming up next. My first event that I ever watched was UFC 1 when I was a little kid. I found it on my uncle's cable scrambler. And I remember seeing Ken Shamrock and being like, this guy's great. He's going to fuck these people up. And then he got choked out, and it was a weird, controversial finish. People didn't even know what jiu-jitsu was then. He got, like, headlocked, side choked, and they stopped the fight. I was like, what the fuck happened? And then you come to find out this little Brazilian guy was a fucking killer. And then the greatest ending to a career has to be Robbie Lawler's, that the way he came in and knocked out Nico Price and then was able to take the gloves off after a knockout like that. Caught him with an uppercut, caught him with a left hand, flatlined him. Robbie Lawler, they're showing a camera of Robbie Lawler. He's currently tearing up. Well deserved. Guy's a legend. He's like one of those guys. If you don't like Robbie Lawler, you can go fuck yourself. Yes, Chama, Momo. This is a Chama channel. I mean, I like Ankalaev's team. I don't know Ankalaev personally. I know some members of his team. I know his management. But Ankalaev is getting fucked up tonight, I think, by Petta. I think tonight's a Chama night. Crazy, too, how Robbie Lawler, like, hit rock bottom and then came back. Mine was the car when Chris Weidman broke his leg. Yeah, that was a tough one for Weidman. And since you were 7, so what are you, like 11 now? Weidman didn't break his legs that long ago. So you are still young, I take it. Oh, 15? Okay. That was 7 years ago now? Fuck. Or 8 years ago? Time flies. But yeah, you got it. You got in on it at the right age, so much respect to Robbie Lawler. Deserves the ovation he's getting right now. Guy's a legend. First ballot Hall of Famer. Kamaru Usman showing him some love. But yeah, there he is right there. Ruthless. When he signs his autograph, he signs Ruthless RL. Much respect to the legend Robbie Lawler. Deserves the standing ovation he's getting. Fedor Orlovsky was great too. That was like jaw dropping. Like, holy shit, Orlovsky's fucking him up. And then he caught Orlovsky. Number 5, Amanda Lemos versus number 7, Yasmin Lucendo. You probably won't be able to hear it, Coco. And they will wind up taking my YouTube down because that's just how it goes. So here comes the women's fight. So let's get a conversation going in the chat. We know this fight's probably not going to be too entertaining. This fight's about to start. They're doing the promos right now. Both women will make the walk. Bruce Buffer will do his job, and then we'll watch these two lesbos push each other up against the cage for 15 minutes. Women's fights in general are just not as entertaining as men's fights. The sport's still behind a little bit. There's only a few women that put on exciting fights. Amanda Lemos is not one of them. I mean, Lucendo might put on exciting fights, but I've yet to really see her do anything. Yeah, Rufy won with a spinning back kick. Knocked Bobby Green out. Yeah, they do the tennis grunt, Forrest Lee. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah. And now if you're making those noises and you're landing shots, then it's like, do it. But if you're fucking scratching each other, get this shit off my TV. You need the time when what starts. My picks for the next 4, I guess I'm going to go Lucendo. Even though I always tell people stay away from women's MMA because it's very unpredictable. Let's go Lucendo, Bahamondes, Gaethje, and Pereira. Those are my picks for these next 4. Main card is on right now. This is the second fight of the main card. Alex fight should be on like 12:15, 12:30 Eastern time. So we get our 6th look tonight at the rising strawweight contender number 7 in the world, Lucendo. She is the youngest woman in the UFC, 4th youngest fighter on the roster. And yet, you see, despite all of that, she has more pro experience from the world title challenger, Lemos. We'll see. She is the... Oh, man, I'm getting some freezing up now. Oh, there we go. Oh, man, so now I'm going to get the fucking up with ESPN+. Why are these girls fighting? They should be dancing at a carnival. I mean, maybe Lucendo if she had hair, but I'm good on Amanda Lemos. I don't want to see her dance or do anything. I'd rather see her clean my kitchen. Oh, come on, ESPN+. I don't need this. There we go. Yeah, women's MMA can be cringy at times. It's definitely not the most entertaining aspect of fighting. And that they push it so hard is terrible. And it's not even like they push it and there's women that are like, oh, I'm a fan now. It's a male-dominated sport, fan base-wise and everything. The women don't watch it to watch women fight. They watch it to watch men fight. Yeah, my thing just froze as well. So let's see what just happened. I'm seeing people on TikTok say that They're having issues with the fights as well. Keep saying connectivity issues or video no longer available on ESPN Plus. We need another Ronda or Caitlin Clark type fighter. Absolutely, someone to captivate and change the sport a little bit. I mean, there's Valentina, but she's getting older. You know, Amanda Nunes, in my opinion, was never that exciting. Even though she was knocking bitches out, she wasn't very marketable. Again, just put it on the prelims. I think they would do, for the male fan base, I think they would do women's MMA justice if they put it on the prelims. Like, if there's a women's championship fight, make it the main event of the prelims. And if they put on a good card, a good fight, people be like, oh, I got to get the pay-per-view. These fights are great. Or they put it on the pay-per-view and it's a fucking boring fight. And then it's like, what is this on my pay-per-view for? Again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope these women deliver and it winds up being a good fight, but it shouldn't be on the pay-per-view. More than likely, it's going to be a shitty fight. It's a bathroom break. It's a break to go get yourself some food. Oh, so we had Anthony Smith. Now we got Anthony Sleazy Smith. Anyone else having problems with ESPN for the fights? I am hearing that other people are having problems. I have heard such a thing, that other people are having problems with their connectivity to ESPN Plus. So imagine that. Imagine they're going to give you problems with your stream and a women's fight on your pay-per-view. So imagine paying for this and then being like, what the fuck? Discounts on top of discounts I want, UFC. Shit is trash. Yeah, Jonathan, I'm seeing other people post that they are having trouble. What do I think about eye pokes? Yes, exactly that. Not even after the second round. One eye poke should be, if a low blow or an eye poke the first time you got a point deducted, you'll be more cautious of your weapons. You need to be in control of your weapons at all times. You should immediately get a point deducted. It's an accident. That's okay. Don't do it again. Point deducted. Yeah, I figured that, Anthony. But eye pokes and low blows should be a point deduction. No warnings, no bullshit, just a point deduction. I mean, if Yasmin Lucendo had some hair, she might not be bad on the eyes. She might be an attractive Brazilian chick at that point. But she's got this boy haircut. And some girls could pull off the short hair thing. She's not that chick. Bruce Buffer earning that paycheck now. All you guys in the chat, please throw me a follow. I appreciate it. Send some likes to the live. We got Amanda Lemos versus Yasmin Lucendo about to hump each other for 15 minutes. Like, Amanda Lemos is the worst of the bunch. Like, I just know she's not entertaining at all. I've only watched 2 Bobby Green fights where he got subbed by Patty and now this. Yeah. Guy doesn't keep his fucking hands up. And then with Patty, he was getting a little tuned up on the feet, was uncomfortable, shot a bad double leg, got taken down right into a triangle. Just not a good not a good Bobby Green experience for you. And we've said it before, Father Time is undefeated. So if you're going to keep fighting into your late 30s, it's only going to get worse for you. So see what happens too with women's MMA. A lot of the time, you'll get it with men's too. You'll get that feeling out process, but then they start going. The women's MMA is just usually a 15-minute feeling out process. The crowd, I knew this is what would happen too. The crowd's silent. Nobody in the arena cares about this fight. I don't think anyone watching cares about this fight. Amanda Lemos fans are going to get a drink or some food right now. Just this is me doing play-by-play on this fight. Nothing's happening. This. Oh, there we go. Amanda Lemos landed her right hand. Now they're pushing each other against the cage. That's the action. That's the action right now. Crowd's booing. 2 minutes into the round, the crowd's booing. Thank you for the follow, Dom. I appreciate it. Everyone else, please throw me a follow. I go live every time there's fights. Sometimes I get to show them. Sometimes I don't. The numbered events you definitely can't show. I do get banned every week as well, unfortunately. But today's the goal is no bans. No ban. Oh, there's a takedown for Amanda Lemos. See, this is like I was saying, it's never good to bet on women's MMA because I'm sure a lot of people bet Lucendo. And now she's losing this first round. Amanda Lemos was grabbing the cage. Oh, Lucendo went for omoplata. Now she's going for a triangle. Now she's got an omoplata. She might use the sweep. Good defense by Lemos. She's looking to pass. Little cut under the eye of Yasmin Lucendo. But yeah, Lucendo is now fighting against it. The odds just shifted to plus 200. So she needs to do something. Women's MMA. Crowd's booing again. Every 2 minutes, the crowd's booing right now. This fight sucks. Yes. That's the only bright spot we got. Yes, it's only 3D. It's only 3 rounds. Why do I look like JD Vance? That's the first time I've gotten that. But yeah, that's the only bright spot here. It's only 3 rounds, luckily. That's the other thing with women's MMA. The fights rarely finish. So we know there's a very good chance we're getting 15 minutes. The crowd's booing them at the end of the round. You know, put this fight on the card earlier so that way the arena's not full. You're not pissing off that many people that paid their hard-earned money to come watch the fight. Put it on the free prelim so you're not pissing off people who paid for the pay-per-view. Like when they put a shitty fight like this on the pay-per-view card, they're putting more pressure on the other fighters to deliver for the casual fan. Very boring first round for the women. Little right hand landed for Amanda Lemos. Little glancing right hand and a takedown. That was the only action of the round. There's some lady sitting cage side with like a crown on and a cape. So round 2. But yeah, this is probably going to be Lemos. Lucendo is just not there. She's throwing wild shit. She just fell throwing a kick. She looks a little sloppy with her technique. Lemos is very, very basic. Doesn't throw wild shit. So I see her probably beating Lucendo in this fight. Even though she's old. Crowd's booing again, a minute into the second round. Good low kick for Lemos. Lucendo clinches with her, pushes her up against the cage. Lucendo looking for a takedown, but just fucking terrible this fight. Couple seconds from now, the crowd's going to start booing again. These girls are just doing very unskilled cage wrestling. Crowd's booing again. I mean, if you guys are at home drinking, every time the crowd boos, you definitely could drink. You'll be drunk by the end of the fight. Lemos about to get another takedown. Lucendo pops back up. Just pressed up against the cage. Boring fight, like was predicted. Nice little foot sweep by Lemos. She's on top. Boring as fuck, this fight. It's like, who the fuck decided to put this on the main card ahead of such exciting fights? This shit is terrible. The fights have started. We are in the middle of the boring fight. Amanda Lemos versus Yasmin Lucendo. After this, Bahamondes versus Turner should be good. Gaethje versus Fiziev should be good. It's like they made this card too good to be true, if you will, that they had to put some bullshit like this on just to slow you down. Or they were being kind and knowing that you guys needed a food break or something. This fight is terrible. It's entering Francis Ngannou, Derek Lewis territory. Where instead of on the feet just staring at each other, they're just on the ground staring at each other. Crowd's booing again, so drink if you're drinking. Yes, the fights have started. But they should just stop this fight right now. Just give it to Lemos and get them the fuck out of the octagon. Yes, they should not be on. This fight should be on a fight night at the Apex on the prelims. It definitely shouldn't be on a numbered UFC on the main card. Terrible idea. Siege. No, Alex is fighting in probably an hour and a half. Right now, we got a terrible girl fight going on. Putting people to sleep. Boring. If you guys can, throw me a follow. Throw me some likes. I'd appreciate it. I'm always live during the fights. When I'm not banned, they ban me a lot. The best UFC event I have been to. I don't know. I liked a lot of them. UFC 282 was pretty good. Can't really remember them like that. I don't really have one that stands out. Like I always tell the story, UFC Atlantic City was good, but because it was besides the fights, there were so many fights in the crowd that were entertaining. You know, like Jerry Springer type fights, like just people clubbing each other and brawls. So, ooh, big right hand just landed for, or a right hand, not a big right hand, a right hand landed for Lemos. Round 3, very, very terrible fight so far. 2-0 Lemos. Oh, another takedown for... Oh, there's a takedown for Lucendo. I was going to say another takedown for Lemos. So we need Lucendo here to... I think Bahamondes, but that's another fight. If you're trying to gamble on it, you might want to stay away from it. It's a tough one to pick, but I think Bahamondes. Turner usually loses these type of fights. The fights that could get him to the next level. This is like number 16 versus, I think Turner's in the rankings. Bahamondes is right outside the rankings. So the winner of this gets like a top 10 fight. But Turner usually loses to top 10 fights or fights like this. Why, Anthony Smith, ESPN's really not working for you like that? I saw a lot of people actually saying that on TikTok that they were having trouble with ESPN. I think Gaethje wins. He won the first fight, but could be competitive. Fiziev could make some adjustments. It's a must-win for both of them if they want to stay in title contention. Fiziev's lost 2 in a row. Gaethje coming off that Max Holloway fight. Lucendo passed into half guard. She needs to do something, though. She's definitely down 2-0. I hope Lucendo submits her right now. That's my hope. She's got knee on belly. She's looking to step over into mount. Lemos is trying to run up the cage. The main card has started. This is the second fight of the main card. Amanda Lemos versus Lucendo. They're getting booed again, so have a drink if you're drinking. We'll probably get 2 or 3 more drinks in on this fight. Couple of elbows for Lucendo. Gaethje wasn't up with Max. He was losing that fight, I felt like, pretty soundly. He was going to lose the decision. Yeah, short notice for Fiziev, too, is a problem. Yeah, Lucendo's fucking up right now. She needs to be spamming submissions or trying to get dominant position right now. She's fucking up. She's going to lose the decision. Right now, we got Lemos versus Lucendo. Very boring fight. Now, Lemos got a takedown. That'll end it for Lucendo. So if you had Lucendo or you bet this fight, probably an L. I went to one in Detroit. Francis KO'd Overeem. Yeah, that was a great fight. Or a great ending. Highlight reel ending. I don't know if you know how to navigate through those type of places, Anthony Smith, but type in those things that I just sent you. If I had to bet, I like Gaethje. Gaethje's an underdog, unless the odds have moved, but I like where he's at right now as an underdog. He won the first fight. Hopefully he's not too different since that last fight with Max. Mentally, hopefully he still comes in and just does what he did last time against Fiziev. But Fiziev's dangerous. If you're a little hesitant on the feet, Fiziev could catch you. So the crowd's booing again. If you got a drink, drink it. Battle of the Lesbians. Crowd's booing. Drink up. Amanda Lemos won probably 3-0 or 29-28. Terrible fight. Definitely should not have been on the main card. Shit was trash. Main event should be like 12:15, 12:30. I'm leaning towards Bahamondes. But everybody in the chat, please throw me a follow. Throw some likes in the live. We got Turner versus Bahamondes coming up next after Lemos and Lucendo tried to put everybody to sleep, but they failed. We're all still awake, waiting for the better fights. They put my dog to sleep, though. She's out. Hopefully they learned from this. Like, what idiot put this fight on the main card? This fight was fucking terrible. Everyone in the arena was booing. They got booed at least 6, 7 times, 8 times during that fight. Every 2 minutes they got booed. That fight was trash. So we got Turner versus Bahamondes coming up next. Should be good. Come on, this fucking thing. Good. I like when there's fights like that suck, that they don't even interview the winner. She don't even deserve to be interviewed. Send that bitch home. Send that bitch home. Mel Gibson hanging out with Cash Patel. Oh, it's Miss America who's wearing the tiara and the sash. Colby Covington. Marty Fake Newsman. Volkanovski. Total Wireless commercial. Then we're going to get Bahamondes, Jalen Turner. Oh, what the fuck, Leon? I sent you the thing, Anthony. You're not listening. Look at what I wrote. Type in those 2 words. And then when things pop up, you just got to close them out. Who you guys got in the chat? Volkanovski or Diego Lopez? Who's going to win next month in Miami? Let me know who you guys think's going to win. Volkanovski or Lopez? Who you think's going to win? Patty Pimblett versus Chandler? Volkanovski versus Lopez? Krylov versus Dominic Reyes is a good fight as well. Who you guys think wins between Yair Rodriguez and Patricio Pitbull? That should be a good one as well. See, like that worries me. Alex Pereira arrived to the event tonight with a huge chain, no shirt on, a leather jacket. Like, is he drinking his own Kool-Aid? Like, when you start dressing like an asshole, you know you're getting in that realm. And then you got Magomed Ankalaev walking in the UFC warm-up gear. Like, he's ready to fight, ready to win. Thank you for the follow, Ernesto. ESPN Plus is where the fights are, app-wise. I've heard a lot of people having that issue, Dylan, that people are not able to get into ESPN Plus. Bahamondes, Turner about to come up. Everyone in this chat, though, send me some follows. Yeah, you got to close those windows, Anthony. You don't know how to use those type of things? You got to close those windows. That's any streaming thing. You close those windows, go back to the original window. You click it again, something pops up. You close that window, you go back to the original window. It's a little bit of fuckery, but when you get through that, you get to click play, and your shit works. But yeah, everybody on this TikTok, please throw me a follow. Like the live. I'd appreciate it. Definitely like the live. Throw me a follow. I'll do what I can to show you guys some highlights and some peeks at the main event. Why do they always do this stupid shit where you got to put the puzzle piece in the hole? We got Bahamondes and Turner walking to the cage right now. It started. Right now we got... Thank you for the roses and the tiny dinny. I appreciate it. The gifts. Everyone, if you can, please throw me a follow. I appreciate it. I'm always going live when there's fights on, and I'm not banned. I get banned often for arguing with trolls. I'm sure tonight, at some point, it will happen. But in 2025, we're going to start the Troll Fighting Championships, where when people want to come on lives and troll, we're going to set up an event. We're going to set up some fights for them, and we'll get them to come back up their shit talk. Oh, no, they're trying. They are trying to get me. We got Bahamondes getting in the cage right now. Two big, lanky lightweights. Like, what does that say right there? They're both 6'3", which is crazy for a lightweight. That's fucking crazy for a lightweight. They are already started. The fights are already on. We got Bahamondes in the cage. Jalen Turner's on his way out. They're both 6'3", 155, which is fucking nuts. No. Next is Gaethje versus Fiziev, and then the Chama fight. Chama, Pereira versus Ankalaev should be in like an hour. Got Jalen Turner at the checkpoint. Bruce Buffer's about to earn his money. Come on, what is this shit fucking up for? I don't know what the fuck this thing's doing right now. It's telling me disconnected. My chat's disconnected. So bear with me. It should right itself. What the fuck is this thing doing? Good low kick by Bahamondes to start it out. Oh, no feeling out process here. The fuck is this thing doing? Oh, good body kick by Turner. Oh, there's a takedown for Turner. So we got Turner on top of Bahamondes in the close guard. Good start to the fight for him. Is my audio working now? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Internet issues, TikTok fucking with me. It's showing me bars like it's working. Is my audio coming through, Anthony Sleazy? Yeah, my internet like fucking zapped on and off. Luckily, the fights didn't go off. Turner, Bahamondes just won by triangle choke. I thought for sure what they're doing to me is they were about to ban me, but they kept me on. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck this thing is doing. Can you hear me now? Yeah, this shit's fucking acting wild. I think it's working now. I'm getting bar movement, but yeah, it keeps like shutting itself off. But yeah, everybody on TikTok, throw me some likes, throw me some follows. Was just on. We got about 600 people in there, and then they kicked me off, but I popped back on. Throw me some follows, throw me some likes. We got the co-main event coming up, and then the main event. I'll do my best to show you some action, give you a little camera action, but we're having a lot of internet difficulties. Looks like they're going to give us a little bullshit. A little, break. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. They're doing like a little showing the highlights of the first fight. Did you ever get your shit working, Anthony Smith? Yeah, they're doing that like promo teaser right now. I think Gaethje's gonna win. He won the first fight. But Fiziev did win the first round of the first fight. So he could make some adjustments. No fights on yet. They're doing like a promo. Gaethje versus Fiziev is next. Should go over 2 rounds. No. He's got to X that page out. And then keep Xing the pages out and going back to the original page, and then you press play. I mean, my ESPN's doing good. I don't want to jinx it. But I've seen everybody having issues with it. I got Justin. I'm rooting for Justin, but you never know. Both guys are at a bad point in their career. They both really need these wins. Fiziev is walking out right now. But yeah, throw me some follows. I'll do what I can. Show you guys some highlights and whatnot. Flip my camera around. But I'm not trying to get my shit banned. I'm pretty sure I only have one strike left. And then my channel's deleted. The last fight, Bahamondes triangle Turner. In the first round. I got Gaethje. And Petta. The real thing in this fight, though, is going to be how they both make adjustments from the first fight. Fiziev is younger. He's lost 2 in a row, though, and Gaethje lost that last one. So they're both they absolutely can't lose this fight. Hopefully they both fight as such. Thank you, Bell, for the share. Everybody, please throw me a follow. Throw me some likes. But yeah, they got me fucked up. TikTok. They're ready to kick me off this app. I don't have an Instagram. And nah, I mean they have things in the algorithm and people that are online watching every social media app that they take down when you show the fights. Unfortunately, I'm at my last warning with TikTok. Well, have a good night. That's what you do when you don't like a channel. You change the channel. Petta is on after this one, yes. Oh, well, this fight's only 15 minutes, so you have it going the distance? Oh, you have this fight going under 15 minutes. So, yeah, not going the distance. I mean, the first fight went the distance. They're both pretty durable. Depends on how they both come out fighting. They both are coming off losses, so depends on that, how they both come out fighting. Main event should be in like a half hour. I got Gaethje and Petta. Uh, ESPN Plus has been playing games with me too, though. I see it. I could see the Petta fight. 5 rounds is a long time for both of those guys. ESPN Plus is fucking up. Oh man, no, this is only a 3 round fight. It was gonna be a 5 round if it was Dan Hooker, but they changed it when Fiziev took the fight on short notice. Should have been a 5 round, but I think just because Fiziev's on short notice, they only made it 3. Their previous fight as well was 3 rounds. And man, now they're getting me too. Everybody jinxed me. My shit was fucking good all night. Now they got me rainbow wheeling. Just floating through space now. What the fuck? Let me restart this quick. But we got Fiziev and Gaethje both in the octagon. My ESPN just stopped working, so I restarted my shit. It was working great all night, but everybody jinxed me. Oh man. It stopped working on my phone too. No way. No way. All right, we're back. Woo! That was fucking close. That was close. I was sweating that out like I was about to get fucking jinxed. They're saying that Gaethje's logo rubbed off during warm-ups. All right, here we go. Round 1. Gaethje Fiziev. But yeah, Fiziev looked good in that first fight, right up until Gaethje kind of took over. Oh, there's a takedown from Fiziev. Fiziev fighting smart if he's putting Gaethje on his back. Gaethje's popping up. Fiziev goes for a guillotine, lands a knee. Gaethje's back up. Another takedown attempt by Fiziev, and he takes him down again. Gaethje rolls through, and Gaethje winds up on top. Fiziev looks like he has a leg, a reverse triangle. Fiziev and gets the ground, gets on top, gets Gaethje to the ground. Fiziev has a reverse triangle if he makes some adjustments right now. But what I'm seeing right now is Fiziev looks like the more competent grappler of the two. We have seen that Gaethje's jiu-jitsu, if you will, is kind of suspect. All right, Gaethje gets out of that, scrambles back to his feet. Another knee in the clinch from Fiziev. Alex is on like a half hour. I'm not sure of an alternative. Oh my god, they got me. This is not the fight you want your shit freezing up on. This is not the fight, ESPN. This and a fucking women's fight. But yeah, they got me rainbow wheeling again. That's fucking terrible, man. And you know what a fucking hassle it is to get your money back from ESPN when this shit fucking happens? Like, they don't give refunds for shit. Yeah, they got me. My ESPN right now is a black screen. That's some bullshit, bro. This is definitely the type of fight you come back to and they're on the ground, unconscious. My shit was working fucking great. All fight. I was watching people complain about how their shit wasn't working. I'm now reloading the page. I'm just getting a rainbow wheel. Unreal, ESPN. This is fucking terrible. This is the worst fight for this to be happening on, too. Like the women's fight, fucking great. Not a fucking freeze. But Gaethje versus Fiziev, right when it starts getting action. And my ESPN isn't even working on my phone. That's such bullshit. I think it's just in America as well. Mitchell didn't fight tonight. This is fucking insane. That's what it seems like. All right, we got it back up. End of the first round. Fiziev looks like he's got a cut on his head. Thank you for the follow, Alad. Everybody, please throw me a follow. When I go down, I'll try to get it back up as quick as possible. Couple of takedowns from Fiziev. That should have me sweating, though. Oh, my God. It's freezing again. Nope, they got me frozen again. Just giving me the highlights of the good round that I just missed, and now frozen again. This is some bullshit. Now I'm getting fucking error. And it's saying too many requests. What the fuck? Unbelievable, Anthony Smith. They are doing the fans dirty today. Hopefully Gaethje wins for the sake of my parlay. So at least if I can't watch it because of this bullshit. Oh, I think Gaethje won. It's frozen on Fiziev with the shitty look on his face. Nope, never mind. Round 2. 2:45 left in round 2. And we're back. Good right hand lands for Gaethje. Good left hook lands for Gaethje. Fiziev just lanced him with a head kick and then hit him with a good punch. Good right hand return by Gaethje. Two minutes left in round 2. They got Gaethje outlanding Fiziev so far. Looks like Fiziev's landed some good body shots. Good right hand landed for Gaethje. Right now, the live odds, they got Gaethje minus 160, Fiziev plus 124. Oh! Gaethje just dropped Fiziev with an uppercut. Jumps on him, trying to finish, but Fiziev's still there. Oop, good right hand by Gaethje. Fiziev surviving. Trying to get up in the front headlock. If I'm Gaethje, I'd let him up. He's letting him clear his head right now. Gaethje's holding on to a front headlock, landing some short right hands. Oh, but Gaethje's fucking up right now. He's letting him recover. He just had him hurt bad. Big uppercut for Gaethje. But now he totally let Fiziev recover with this grappling. Gaethje's up now on a single leg. Lands a little right hand on the break. 20 seconds left in round 2. He had the fight there, though. He started grappling with Fiziev instead of just going back to striking. Little glancing head kick lands for Fiziev. Head kick misses for Gaethje. I do not know who won the first round. The odds have Gaethje winning at the moment. Gaethje definitely won the second round. Almost stopped the fight right there. Huge uppercut. Yeah, it definitely just changed. He was minus 160 right before he landed the uppercut. Huge uppercut landed for Gaethje. Fiziev was looking a little rough. Then he got hit with that uppercut. So Fiziev, by the significant strike margins, Fiziev won round 1, Gaethje won round 2. Round 3 coming up now. Oh, spinning back kick just glanced for Gaethje. Almost just knocked, for Fiziev, almost just knocked Gaethje out. Just missed. So this fight right now, he didn't knock him down in the first fight, I don't remember, but it's looking a little bit like the first fight. Fiziev round 1, Gaethje round 2. Comes down to round 3 right now. Good low kick for Gaethje. What are they doing to me? Scorecards are probably 1-1. Ooh, good body kick by Fiziev. On 2 weeks' notice, another good body kick by Fiziev. Fiziev's doing good. He's fucking Gaethje up to the body this round. Gaethje's actually breathing heavy and looks like he slowed down from these body kicks. Another good knee to the body by Fiziev. Oh my god, is Fiziev going to steal this fight? Oh, a little glancing head kick for Gaethje. Pops back to his feet. Fiziev's winning this third round. 2 minutes, 3 minutes left, but he fucked Gaethje up with body kicks so far this round. Oh, good left hook, right hand for Gaethje. Fiziev is fucking Gaethje up to the body this round. Oh, good right hand landed for Gaethje. Gaethje's losing this round, though. He needs another significant moment like the last round. Another good uppercut for Gaethje. Now Gaethje lands a good knee to the body, but Fiziev's done really good body work this third round. Oh, a little head kick just glanced for Gaethje. Gaethje grabs a clinch, pushes Fiziev up against the cage, using his head to control Fiziev. Fiziev's little body punches. They break. Ooh, good uppercut lands for Gaethje. Good straight right lands for Gaethje. The odds say Gaethje's winning, minus 230 to plus 175, but this round could go either way at this point. Gaethje's coming on now, but Fiziev did really good work early on. The crowd is definitely on Gaethje's side. Significant head strikes, 54 for Gaethje, 14 for Fiziev, but Fiziev's body work. Good right hand on the break for Gaethje. Swing and a miss with a left hook for Fiziev. Good uppercut lands again for Gaethje. Gaethje shooting a takedown. Fiziev defends. Gaethje's got Fiziev pushed up against the cage. I don't know. This third round, is going to be subjective to how you're scoring the fight. It's 32-31 in significant strikes in this third round. Fiziev's got 32. Gaethje's got 32. Fiziev's got 31. It's going to come down to this last 20 seconds. Oh, good head kick landed for Gaethje. He wobbled Fiziev a little bit. Oh, good right hand. Oh, Fiziev lands a straight left. Oh, wow. Great fight. This fight could go either way, though. This is probably a split decision for somebody. We'll see how they score this one. Gaethje had a big second round, but that third round was a scrap. Definitely could go either way. Fiziev's body language, though, is saying that he lost, but beginning of that third round, he was fucking Gaethje's body up. Hopefully Gaethje. Gaethje's in my parlay, so I need Gaethje. Need Gaethje. Need Gaethje. Very competitive fight. These guys could run this back again. Fight's over. They're going to decision. Thank you, El Jordo, for the follow. I appreciate it. The rest of you guys, please throw some likes in the chat. Throw me a follow. I'm always live for the fights. Providing some commentary. Fiziev won. You could change the channel, my guy. Use your brain. Change the channel if you don't like it. No, Gaethje won. You troll. For 2 weeks' notice, that was impressive for Fiziev. Great fight. I don't know. I'm seeing that they fucked up a lot of people for purchasing the pay-per-view. Gaethje thinks he broke his hand. Significant strikes. UFC.com is saying 79. How many did you have bet? They're saying 79 to 66. Big win for Gaethje. He needed that. Now, hopefully, he said he has a broken hand, but perfect time. Let that hand heal up. Let Hooker's hand heal up and run that one back. He got over 62 and a half. UFC.com saying 79, so main event should have a little bit of promotion, some bullshit, and then the main event should be going on in like 20 minutes. I mean, Topuria versus Gaethje. If they're not going to give Topuria an immediate title shot, I'd watch Topuria versus Gaethje. I think they just showed Carlos Pratis smoking a J, if I'm not mistaken, or he was smoking a cigarette. But I think Carlos Pratis might have just did some Nate Diaz shit and started sparking up. So main event now. Alex, the other Alex Pereira is coming up now. They're showing him in the back right now, warming up. Need Alex for the parlay. You look like a long lost childhood friend I had named Dennis. I was wondering why you looked familiar. That's funny. Yeah. Did you anything start working for you, Anthony Smith? You got to find out. You got to try to learn through those apps. They work good. What's up, Tiesto? How are you? He went over on significant strikes. They had him up. They just lowered the total and put him at 72. It was at 79, but they just lowered it to 72. I'm good. Just watching some UFC. Let's go. There you go, Anthony Smith. We're about to watch some Alex Pereira versus Magomed Ankalaev. Should be a banger. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They just froze me. They just froze me. I mean, I missed the first round. Why couldn't I miss the fucking women's fight? Instead of fucking freezing on all this good shit. I mean, not that I care about this build up for this fight, but they got me frozen right now. But it's been one of these nights. Need Alex here. Need Alex. Yeah, it would have sucked if Gaethje lost right there, especially if he would have lost that decision because it was a close fight. I was worried for him in that third round, especially the start of it. He pulled it through at the end. He was getting fucked up to the body the first half of that third round. Shit had me worried. Props for Fiziev on short notice being that effective in the third round. He almost stole that fight. It came down to that third round. I could see 66 for Alex. I think this fight will go a little bit. Oh, yeah, this one's about to be a war, I think. I think Ankalaev already had that burn on the Blachowicz fight that he's coming in here tonight with a chip on his shoulder to win this fucking fight. Plus, I think there's a little bit of beef that's developed between these two. Ankalaev's been calling him out for a while. And now, I don't want to hype up Ankalaev because I need Pereira to win, but you got to think Ankalaev's been thinking about the smart way to fight this fight for a while. And I know he does. If I'm not mistaken, he trains alongside those other Dagestanis, so they're usually game plan focused. Hopefully, if you bet Magomedov, they beat into his head to take Pereira down. But my parlay is I need Pereira. I don't need strikes. I don't need distance. I don't need any. I just need the Pereira victory. I usually use DraftKings. I don't really use Prize Picks. Those over under apps. Domingo. Thank you for the follow, Domingo. I'm interested in John versus Alex. Oh, Jay Slice, you got Ank? That's what's up, D Cruz. So here we go. We got Ankalaev walking to the cage now. Don't know what this music is that he's coming out to. Yeah, he's got some Dagestani music bumping as he walks out. He looks like he's ready. He's walking out, his body language, skipping. Yeah, he seems like he's ready to come in here and put on a good performance. But Alex is Alex. Alex has been here in kickboxing. He's been here in MMA. Even when Ankalaev fought Blachowicz, he wasn't fighting the champion. He was fighting for a vacant title. It's different fighting the champion. All I know is no freezes. That's what we need for this fight. No freezes. Strong stream. Thank you for the follow, D Cruz. I appreciate it. Yeah, the Dagestani corner is always calm. He is from that Khabib camp because I see Rizvan in the corner. Not from the AKA camp. From the Eagles MMA camp. My parlay, though, I need Pereira. Would have been nice to sprinkle Ankalaev. I did not, so I need Pereira. A lot of pressure, too, right now on Pereira. Crowd's cheering. He's been champion for a minute. Couple title defenses. He's coming out to his Chama march music. Hey, hey, ha, hey, hey, ha. Hey, hey, ha, hey, hey, ha. So if you guys are rooting for Alex, go around your living room right now and do the little march. Shoot your bow and arrow. And then, ah! Yes, green is the color of Brazil. Hey, ha, hey, ha. Hey, ha, hey, ha. He's not doing his walk. He's not doing his stomp. Oh, there we go. Now he started doing his stomp. And that's funny. Right as he's walking, some fan just went, Chama! The whole arena just yelled with him. Definitely rooting for Pereira here. Ankalaev, though, 20-1. So, guy doesn't lose. His only loss was that freak triangle submission, I believe. Was it a triangle to Paul Craig? Ha, ha. Ha, ha. I mean, Alex coming out focused as well. Looks like he's ready to go. Looks in shape. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Ankalaev looks ready, bro. Fuck. Ankalaev looks ready. It's funny, even like you see Glover Teixeira is staring down Ankalaev, like following him. Yeah, you see how Ankalaev's pacing? Look at Glover. Glover's head. He's got his eyes. Glover's more fixated on Ankalaev than Petta is. That is crazy too. He like goes into some other dimension, doesn't blink. Yeah, that Gaethje fight was good. Tail of the tape. 37's the number that always worries me though. Age beats everybody. Hey ha, hey ha. Let me know who you guys got in the chat. Thank you, Kava, DJM, for the follows. I appreciate it. Let me know who you guys think's gonna win. Who you guys are rooting for. This one should be a good one. Yes, Ankalaev looks loose. He looks like he's ready to go. But how long is he gonna stand with Pereira? If Ankalaev's smart, he makes this like a cage fight, wrestling against the cage and tuning up Pereira's knees or thighs with knees. He's got to make this an ugly fight. Pereira still has not blinked. See, like Ankalaev's blinking. That makes me lean more towards there is some satanic black magic going on. The guy doesn't fucking blink. Like right now, he's completely consumed by the black magic. It's time. The crowd booing Ankalaev heavily. He don't care about that. From Makachkala, Russia. Yes, probably done some ayahuasca. Oh, there you go. He blinked. He blinked. I saw a couple of blinks. Oh, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Of the world. One thing I've seen too, hot girls always root for Alex Pereira. Oh, I hate seeing Mark Goddard here. Just hopefully he lets him fight. Get the fuck out of here, Mark Goddard. Get the fuck out of here, Mark Goddard. Here we go, round one. Ankalaev circling the outside of the cage. Pereira stalking forward. 20 seconds in, no strikes thrown by either guy yet. Little low kick for Pereira. Southpaw versus Orthodox. Another low kick for Pereira. So he's trying to tune up that lead leg of Ankalaev. Another low kick lands for Pereira. Another low kick for Pereira. He's landed a good 4 or 5 low kicks so far. There's number 5. A little bit of redness already on Ankalaev's lead leg. That's because of that black magic, DJM. Oh my god. Oh my god, ESPN. Oh, you're lucky, ESPN. Oh my god, no. Black magic. Ankalaev lands a low kick. Ankalaev lands a low kick. It's been the battle of low kicks so far. A little bit of red on the calf of Ankalaev. Crowd is chanting Chama. Good low kick there for Ankalaev. He made Pereira switch stances for a second. Little left to the body for Ankalaev. Another little low kick for Pereira. Misses with a straight right hand. Ankalaev landed a good low kick, though. He definitely made Pereira adjust. Ooh, head kick just barely misses for Ankalaev. Pereira almost got caught reaching there. Another good low kick for Ankalaev. He's landing some hard low kicks on Pereira. A little taste of Pereira's own medicine. Neither guy has landed a punch yet. Spinning wheel kick misses for Pereira. Good low kick lands for Pereira. Oh, what are we doing? Thank you for the follow, Isaac. Another good low kick for Ankalaev. Ankalaev's done work with this low kick. Another good low kick for Pereira. Good teep to the body, followed by a low kick for Pereira. Ankalaev lands like a little glancing straight left. Backs Pereira up. Both guys very patient so far. Good teep to the body for Ankalaev. 14-6 so far in the leg kicks. They're saying Ankalaev landed one headshot. Oh, Ankalaev's in on a double leg. He's in deep. Good sprawl by Pereira. Ankalaev's got Pereira pushed up against the cage right now. He was just in deep on a double leg. Pereira sucked his hips in. Did a good job defending. Oh, Ankalaev trying to suck him back in. One nothing Pereira so far. They're speaking Russian in Ankalaev's corner, Brazilian, Portuguese in Alex's. They keep trying to kick me off live. They're saying noticeable limp from Ankalaev. I'm not seeing a noticeable limp. Ankalaev coming out a little more aggressive with a jab this round. Couple low kicks land for Pereira. Straight left to the body for Ankalaev. Ankalaev's now looking a little goofy footed in his stance. He keeps switching stances, but then kind of second guessing the stance switch. But Ankalaev's gotten Pereira's respect now. Pereira's reacting to feints from Ankalaev as well. He keeps pulling back his kicks. Ooh, good teep to the body for Ankalaev. Sends Pereira back. Oh, a little glancing head kick for Pereira. Ankalaev blocked it. Ooh, good body kick by Ankalaev. Come on, TikTok. Good low kick by Ankalaev. This is a chess match here. Both guys are being very calculated. Some redness on Pereira's legs from the low kicks of Ankalaev. Ooh, little step in right hand just landed for Ankalaev. Another low kick for Pereira. Good left to the body for Ankalaev. Not a lot of punches from Pereira so far. Misses with a straight right. Misses with a jab to the body. He's having trouble finding his range with the hands. Both guys showing a lot of respect. Glancing head kick. Ooh, good one too just landed for Ankalaev. Ooh, another left hand just landed for Ankalaev. Best punches of the fight so far. Oh, good right hook just landed for Ankalaev. Good straight left just landed for Ankalaev. Ankalaev's finding some success this round. He's catching Pereira with the second and third punches of his combinations. Pereira's throwing one punch at a time and not really finding the range. Oh, another left hand just landed for Ankalaev. $40 left in round two. Good low kick landed for Pereira. Eats a left hand from Ankalaev. Oh, it is a good right hand landed for Pajeda. Ankalaev eats it and lands a left hand of his own. Ooh! Ankalaev just rocked Pajeda with a left hand. He just rocked Pajeda's whole shit at the end of that round. Wobbled him. He made him do a little stanky leg. Definitely 1-1 right now. It's not looking good for Alex Pajeda right now. Not looking good for Alex Pajeda right now. Clean left hand with a little right hook on the forehead at the end of that second round. Alex keeps he's biting the feints. He's setting up for kicks, and then he's pulling the kicks back, and that just cost him right there. I saw him doing it a few times that round. That time, Ankalaev timed him and caught him when he did it. But he keeps pulling his kicks back. It's 1-1. But Alex he definitely got wobbled right there at the end of that second round. Round 3, 1-1. The tide has turned in Ankalaev's favor, in my opinion. Good low kick by Ankalaev. Another good low kick by Ankalaev. There's some redness on the lead leg of Pajeda. And after that second round, Ankalaev now knows he could hurt Pajeda. Yeah, Pajeda was definitely saved by the bell in that second round there. Alex got to start getting his hands going. That's one of the biggest issues that he's having right now. I think he's weary of the counters from Ankalaev. Ankalaev came out in that second round throwing his hands more, and it was effective. So they got Ankalaev as the favorite right now, minus 145, tip ahead of 114. Another good front kick for Ankalaev. Little teeps to the body, keeps landing. He's got Pajeda guessing. Pajeda's got to just step on the gas and start doing some type of offense. Otherwise, Ankalaev's going to slowly walk away with this fight. Ankalaev misses with a straight left. No counter from Pajeda, just circles off. Both guys feinting. Good low kick lands for Pajeda. Ankalaev tries a takedown. Pajeda sprawls, lands a good elbow on the break. Good low kick for Ankalaev. It's almost looking like Pajeda expected Ankalaev to take him down, and now he's a little bit surprised that Ankalaev's standing up and striking with him. But I'm not liking the volume from Pajeda. He's not throwing enough. He's letting Ankalaev lead the striking exchanges. Good low kick lands for Pajeda. Another one. Oh. Good knee to the body for Ankalaev. Both guys swing and miss. Now they clinch up against the cage. Petta circles out, lands a jab, misses with the right hand. Ankalaev goes for a trip. Petta sprawls, misses with the counter. Oh, good right hand lands for Petta. Good low kick for Petta. Another good low kick for Petta. Another low kick lands for Petta. Ankalaev sends one back. Swing and a miss for Ankalaev with the right hand. With like a leaping right hook. Ankalaev misses with a jab. Little 1-2 misses for Petta. Oh, we got a little freezing action now. ESPN Plus froze on me. ESPN just fucking froze on me. Hold on. All right, we're back. 50 seconds left. Ooh, good right hook just landed for Ankalaev. Definitely better than the second round for Petta. Head kick misses for Ankalaev. So that round was close. Better than the first round for him. I think Alex might have did enough to steal that round. It's 2-1 somebody. Live odds right now. Ankalaev is minus 195. Petta is plus 150. Up. Ankalaev shoots for a takedown. Petta sprawls. Ankalaev's got a body lock. Presses Petta up against the cage. Lands a couple knees. Third round might, if it goes to decision, third round could wind up being the deciding round. That round was competitive. Not a lot of action, but it was Ankalaev going forward. Petta had a little bit of a couple of leg kicks, a little bit of volume that landed. Right now, we got Ankalaev pushing Petta up against the cage. Up. Change of levels by Ankalaev. Petta sprawls. Yeah, it seems like his takedown defense is game, but his striking is a little off tonight. I'm seeing some people. Nazim Sadikov has Ankalaev up 3-0. Very close round 3. I think Petta edged it. So, yeah, these scorecards could be a little bit all over the place. It's 2-1 somebody right now. Right now, we still got Ankalaev controlling Petta up against the cage. Petta circles off, gets hit with a left hook. Ankalaev shoots in for another takedown. Petta stuffs it. Now they're back up against the cage. Crowd's booing. It's looking like Ankalaev's going to steal this fight right now. Good knee in the clinch by Petta. Couple little short punches for Ankalaev. A lull in the action right now. Up against the cage. Ankalaev pushing Petta. Tries to change levels. He's in on a single leg right now. Alex doing a good job of defending it. Both guys land little short punches in the clinch. Crowd's booing. Good knee in the clinch lands for Petta. But it's tough to win a round with your back against the cage. Probably Ankalaev is pulling ahead a little bit. Third round could have went either way. I'm seeing all different scorecards on it. I think Petta edged it out a little bit. Ankalaev's winning this fourth round so far, but not a lot of volume. Good jab lands for Petta. Low kick lands for Petta. It's a close fight so far. Oh, the odds just shifted, so something happened. Little glancing right hand lands for Ankalaev. Nice front kick. The odds just shifted to minus 270 plus 200, so... Oh, in on a takedown. Ankalaev just pushing him against the cage again. It's round 4. But yeah, Petta, the odds just shifted again. Minus 345 for Petta. Some dirty clinch work going on here. Alex is about to lose this fight, though. He's letting Ankalaev impose his will and his game plan on him. After this round, it's either going to be 2-2 or 3-1. Ankalaev. Oh, a couple good knees for Ankalaev. Little short uppercut lands for Ankalaev. Round 4 just came to an end. Little trip, foot sweep at the end for Petta. Probably 3-1. Might be 2-2, but probably 3-1. And yeah, Petta looks tired. He's hanging his head right now in the corner. Ankalaev's corner is probably telling him another round just like that. Just hold him against the cage, and you're the new champion. Petta's got to go. Might be 2-2. Might be 3-1. It's definitely not 3-1. The best Alex has right now is 2-2. Probably 3-1 for Ank. Round 5. DC thinks it's 2-2. My scorecard is 2-2, but I could see a 3-1 Ankalaev. The odds right now, Ankalaev's minus 345. Petta is plus 250. Oh, big right hand just landed for Ankalaev. Petta ate it. I'm seeing someone's posting that it's 3-1. Alan Joban thinks it's 3-1 Ankalaev. Kevin Ioli thinks it's 2-2. I think Alex needs a big round or a knockout to seal this up. I mean, I think the judges would favor him, though, too. Like, if it's a close round, it's probably going to Alex. The only problem with that third round was he was getting stalked. A straight left hand to the body for Ankalaev. It's crazy that Ankalaev has stood with him for the majority of this fight. I felt like Ankalaev was going to come in with a different game plan, but he don't give a fuck about Alex Pereira. Little glancing head kick for Alex. I mean, the odds just shifted down to Alex. It's plus 124 now for Alex. After that glancing head kick. Now it's down to plus 100. Right now, this fifth round, I have Alex winning this fifth round so far. It might be 2-2. Might be 3-1 though Ankalaev. Right now, it's all coming down to that third round and this round. I think, again, close rounds are going to go to Alex. Oh, the odds just froze, so something happened. Something happened. Oh, the fight's over. So something happened. The fight is over. Something happened. Good jab by Alex. Head kick glances for Alex. Ankalaev in on a takedown. Oh, come on. What are we doing? Oh, I guess not. I guess this is what happened. Ankalaev pushed him against the cage, but the odds went off. So there's no more fight listed on the odds on the DraftKings. Usually means the fight's over. But they stopped taking action on the fight. Ankalaev is clinching up against the cage, trying to get a takedown. Petta sprawling. Oh, man. So I guess the fight goes the distance. I don't know why they took it off like that. That made me jump thinking that something happened. I mean, Ankalaev, are they going to give him the fight on this pushing against the cage? Significant strikes. He got outlanded. I think they overvalue this type of shit. I think of that Randy Brown versus, I forget who it was, Brian Battle, where they gave Brian Battle the fight for holding Randy Brown against the cage. All right, so it didn't end. Going to the scorecards. I mean, Alex landed the most significant strikes in that fifth round, but then he did get held against the cage for the final minute. So it comes down to the third round and the fifth round. It's going to come down to the third round and the fifth round. I think it's going to be Ankalaev. But there was a worse decision on the undercard. So I could use a bad decision right here. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I think Alex landed the more effective strikes in round 5, but they score that holding against the cage so much. Like, they put too much value in that. I could use a bad decision right now. I could use a bad decision right now. Yeah, it wasn't the most entertaining fight. A lot of respect shown by both guys. Oh, he's got the scorecards. He's showing them to Dana White. Dana White doesn't look happy, so I think Ankalaev won. Dana White just totally made a face when he read the scorecards. Might be a split decision for Ankalaev. Ankalaev probably. Oh, fucking bullshit. So Ankalaev 49, 45, 48, 47 twice. Yeah, when Bruce Buffer showed him the scorecards, he looked pissed. I'm pissed. That just fucking cost me a few $100s. Wish I would have hedged Ankalaev a little bit. Yeah, not a great win. I mean, if we're looking at the strikes, total strikes 108 to 102 for Pereira. Significant strikes 81 to 64. Ankalaev won. Unanimous decision win for Ankalaev. I don't know about robbery. Pretty shitty fight for both guys. Unanimous decision win for Ankalaev. You saw it as soon as Dana White got shown the scorecard from Bruce Buffer. Dana White looked pissed. Yeah, that fight sucked. Fucked up my parlays. Tonight's a L. Total L of the day. Unanimous decision win for Ankalaev. Boring fight. Could have went either way. You know, they gave him one judge gave him 4 rounds. That means they gave him the round when he just pushed head up against the cage. That scoring's terrible. 48-47 I could see though. Yeah, that fight could have been a draw. Very disappointing end to the event. Disappointing end to my day of betting. Total L for the day. I thought about hedging fucking Ankalaev right before that fight, but I didn't, like an idiot. I had faith in Pereira, and he fucked me. Ankalaev won, unanimous decision. 108 for Pereira, 102 for Ankalaev. Then change the channel, Barry, you moron. Leave your betting out of it. My name's Barry. Goof. Yes, I agree, Aylin. You'll always get goofies in the chat, though, like Barry. I mean, close fight. I think Ankalaev won on the scorecards, but close. Could have went either way. Could have been 3-2 either way. I thought Pereira could have been given the third round, the fifth round, the first round. Ankalaev could have been given the second and fourth. I don't judge fights off of pushing control. Like, they put too much stock in octagon control. I put stock in strikes landed and damage. Ankalaev, unanimous decision win. I think just being champion, it's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion. And tonight's a prime example of why. You just wind up having an off night. Where he's fighting a guy who's as hungry as it gets in Ankalaev. Yeah, no heavyweight for Alex. That was terrible. So let's see. Yeah, so that's what it came down to. No judges gave Pereira the third round. Every judge gave Ankalaev the third round. I thought he won the third round. They gave him the first and the fifth for Pereira. Well, one judge gave Ankalaev the fifth. Yeah, he definitely seemed off. I think he was expecting probably Ankalaev to wrestle more. His wrestling looked on point. But his striking looked a little lethargic. He was biting a lot of the feints that Ankalaev was throwing at him. Didn't get off with his hands at all. Was just throwing those low kicks. Didn't get off enough. That's all it comes down to. Very boring fight. It was good. It had me on the edge of my seat waiting for something big to happen, but it's like the girls never came type of thing. Significant strikes, 81 for Pereira, 64 for Ankalaev. Total strikes, 108 for Pereira, 102 for Ankalaev. Ankalaev 0 for 12 on his takedowns. Yeah, like that's... Are you really controlling the octagon if you're holding him against the cage after getting your takedown stuffed? That's why the scoring's a little fucked up. The rules in UFC favor the grappler, and that's what we saw tonight. Fight should have been a draw, or if you were judging the fight on significant damage and you weren't judging with control, then you might give it to Pereira. Yeah, or a clear-cut decision, Isaac. But I think like a fight like that, they could go to another round, a sudden death. But yeah, the statistics are supporting a 1-3-5 Pereira victory. Yeah, if you look at the rules, that's a perfect example of what happened tonight. The rules favor the grappler. The scoring favors the grappler. They should allow soccer kicks. They should allow knees to the head. A takedown should only count if you do something with it, and they shouldn't score holding someone against the cage as octagon control. That shit's trash. So, trash evening. Had a couple of parlays where everything hit, and then Alex didn't show up. Alex sold me. Oh, bullshit. Ankalaev won. Yeah, Alex got more than 40 significant strikes. Just admit, bro, your brother lost. I don't know who my brother is. And you lost the parlay. Thank you for the follow, Paul. I appreciate it. Yeah, I could see with the scoring criteria, Ankalaev won. But like I said, the scoring criteria favors grapplers. They don't favor really effective striking. Or Ankalaev was outstriking him on the feet by a small margin, not much. Yeah, it's tough when you look at the stats and you see 0 for 12. Antoine Jenkins, what's going on, brother? Lackluster fight. Nice. Duel, baby. Up 13K. That's a good day. It wouldn't have been a robbery if Petta won. Again, the scoring criteria is favoring grapplers. The UFC scoring criteria favors a grappler. The fight that comes to mind is that Randy Brown versus Brian Battle fight. Brian Battle did absolutely nothing, held Randy Brown against the cage. Like, cage control that's not cage control. That's pushing that's kind of stalling. Yeah, exactly. They awarded failed takedown attempts. I mean, I don't even know if I want to see that rematch. That fight was terrible. That fight was trash. I might be good on that rematch. Exactly. Batista versus Jose Aldo was the same type of fight. You can't win fights like that. Should a title change hands off of that? No fucking way. Yeah, the co-main event was a banger. So the shittiest fights on this card were the women's fight and that main event. That shit was rough. He deserves a little bit of time off, though. Alex was not active, Jay Slice. He was very hesitant, it seemed. Nah, he was very Steeler Nation that he wasn't training, wasn't doing, but everywhere he was traveling, he was popping into gyms I was seeing. But again, I say it all the time. It's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion, because once you become champion, everything gets 10x'd. Your media obligations, your traveling, your everything. So your distractions go up tenfold. You train less, and you get harder opponents because you're getting everybody's championship opportunity, and it's just another fight for you. Thank you for the follow, Jake. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, that shit was trash. Trash fight. Alex definitely messed up a lot of parlays. It wasn't split. It was unanimous. 49, 45, or 46, and then two judges had it 48, 47. Shit was trash. Not the most entertaining fight. Should have been a draw. Yeah, I'm good on a rematch. That fight sucked. Thank you for the follow, Mark. Antoine, I'm trying to slowly trickle stuff out, but I've been going live every time there's fights, trying not to get banned. I'm on like my last strike on YouTube. I'm on my last strike on TikTok. Bickering with the trolls in the chat too much. But I'm trying to be on my best behavior, trying to start slowly pumping out content. I say it every time I'm live. I want to start getting back into interviewing people, but it's just been a slow process getting there. Haven't shot a single shot yet. I got to start shooting those shots and trying to book some interviews, but I haven't shot a single shot yet. No problem, Light. I appreciate you for joining me. Be sure to throw me a follow over here on TikTok. Make sure you go to TikTok shop. Yeah, that wasn't a dominant performance by Ankalaev, but a win's a win. So again, a thing that's big with in UFC is you lose half your purse. So like for Alex, I don't know if Alex gets guaranteed money or just a flat fee, but you lose half your money. Yeah, I'm definitely going to tune into the post-fight presser. I'll stay live and watch the post-fight presser. Just recently, Antoine. I started the beginning of this year, but it's been slow to fall back into it. I need to get back on that grind. The Menace retired from making content. Never heard from him again. You know those friends that get a girlfriend and you never hear from him again? One of those guys. Yeah, I mean, that's Pereira's style, though. It's effective. Fight of the night is definitely going to be Gaethje versus Fiziev. Bahamondes should definitely get a performance of the night. I haven't, Antoine. I hurt my back and my neck, so I haven't been trying to go to events. I haven't been to any UFC events. I haven't been to any boxing events. I went to the Caleb Walsh fight last year. That was the last event I went to, and it was hard physically to go to that event. I know that the Caleb Walsh fight is coming up in a week. Yeah, I haven't heard from Menace. I went on a little hiatus, and then when I came back and hit Menace up, never heard from him again. I still just go live on this channel because I did so much to build it up. Trying to build up another channel. Stan the Man MMA is the name of it on YouTube. Trying to get that channel up and popping. But I like coming on this channel to feed the old audience. Guys like yourself. Alex was definitely hesitant in that fight. That shit was rough. Dare I say he gave that fight away a little bit. But he was also respectful of the power. He got rocked, wobbled as fuck at the end of that second round. Yeah, I used to try to go to all the shows that I could. You know, the biggest one that we got the most views on was the Mayweather Gotti fight. Luckily, I knew Gotti. I got in good with Mayweather's PR people, who was actually a really hot chick. And I was able to get some good access for those events. I went to Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz, was a lot of fun. But events are a lot of work. That's the problem. And it was pretty much always a solo. I was always like a solo act. You know, Menace was always mailing it in, unfortunately. So it was always just a lot of stress and bullshit for me to deal with. And just that slow, you know, and then I moved upstate and shit got fucked up. But now I'm trying to get back on that tip of constant content. The most consistent thing I've been doing is going live every fight night. But then what happens is I go live on fight nights, and then I get banned, and then I don't do any content. I get actually burnt out when I keep getting banned. Menace is a Puerto Rican. A white Puerto Rican. Yeah, that's boxing definitely makes a lot more money, but they have the Ali Act, which allows the fighters to not get taken advantage of, where the UFC doesn't have that. Yeah, Alex sold my parlay too. It's fucking terrible. Today was a terrible day for betting. Where are you seeing those numbers? I have the UFC.com website up, and it's saying that Alex outlanded Ankalaev. Yeah, it definitely was 48-47. It wasn't 49-46. That's a wild scorecard. Alex was ready for the takedowns. He stuffed 12 of them. I think he probably didn't expect Ankalaev to strike with him for 25 minutes, and that threw him off a little bit. And then when Ankalaev landed that big left hand, was it a left? Yeah, the left hand at the end of the second round. He was probably like, fuck. Yeah, 49-46 is crazy. It should have been 48-47 either way. Like, what the problem for there was, it's going to come down to that third round. Even the two scorecards that were 48-47, if Pereira wins those third rounds on those judges' scorecards, he wins the fight. All came down to that third round. Yeah, boxing got us sick too. That Roach Gervonta Davis fight, I had Roach winning that. They robbed that poor man. Yeah, Ankalaev's not a Russian wrestler. He's a striker. He's well-rounded, but yep, no Chama. Immediate rematch for Chama. They're probably going to do a rematch, but that fight was terrible. Hopefully they Gaethje Fiziev us again and give us a really good main event. And keep the women's garbage fights off my fucking pay-per-view. That shit had me so heated that fight was on the pay-per-view. On top of all the freezes and shit. Then that decision, I want my fucking money back. I want a fucking, what is it called? A voucher for the next event. Because that shit was terrible. That shit was terrible. I'm done being invested in the UFC. Never good endings. Yeah. That's fighting in general. Usually, look at the Roach fight, the boxing fight. I wanted Roach to win that fight, and they fucking robbed him. Worst fight I've ever seen. It's up there. 400 in the trash can. Yep. My parlays didn't hit. And then the worst is my brain was like, throw a little hedge on Magomedov. And then why I didn't throw the hedge on Magomedov was my ESPN kept fucking freezing. So I was struggling with that. I didn't get to place the hedge on Magomedov. So I wind up just with an L. ESPN Plus was a fucking train wreck tonight. That shit was terrible. Yeah, Magomedov definitely got paid good for this fight. Yeah, I think the hands, like you said, Nando, he needed to get his hands going. What white girls? Jay Slice. Love the white girls. I love the black girls, too. I love the Spanish girls. He's been hanging out with Strickland too much. Oh, my God. Is that what we just witnessed? Fucking Petta went full-blown Strickland tonight. Absolutely. That's a good way to describe it. We're watching our heroes fucking tumble. He just went total Strickland tonight. No fucking strikes. Strickland got fucked up, though. Like, DDP fucked up Strickland's face. Landed some good shots. He didn't get beat too bad tonight. But that shit was terrible. Ass fight. Ass main event. Bullshit fucking judges. I needed a fucking crooked decision right there. ESPN Plus was bullshit tonight. If I'm being honest, live watching it, I was a little biased because I had bets on Alex. I could have saw 3-2 Alex. I knew it might have been 3-1 Ankalaev going into that fifth, so at worst it was 3-2 Ankalaev, but I saw it could have been 3-2 either way. It came down to the third round. I'd have to rewatch. So even there, the third round, if they gave Ankalaev the third round, they gave it to him for holding Petta up against the cage. For Petta landing more effective strikes, Ankalaev getting stuffed on a takedown, and then holding Petta against the cage. So yeah, if you're 0 for 12 on takedown attempts, how do you win the fight? Holding the guy against the cage, that shit's rough. Yeah, I don't agree with 4-1. Maybe 3-2. That Strickland fight was terrible, Antoine Jenkins. Terrible. Strickland he had too much going on fight week. Like, remember even leading up to the fight, he was out wrestling people on the beach and shit. He fucked up. And he probably burned too much energy, too much mental energy, where Dreykus was probably locked in a room fucking focused on the fight. Yeah, no, one judge had Ank winning 2-3-4-5. All the judges gave Petta the first round. My champ ain't a tree. Yeah, they score the fights too much in favor of the grappler. So you could hold the guy against the cage and win. Could have been a draw. 0 for 11 takedowns. 1-2-4 ABK. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I could see 1-3-5 Petta. It came down to the third round. That's what decided the fight. And all three judges, if I'm not mistaken, gave the third round to Ankalaev. Off of holding Petta against the cage. Yeah, draw could have made sense. Chama won. I would give more of those calf kicks. Yes, I give those calf kicks more. I would score those calf kicks heavier than hugging someone against the cage for sure. But again, the rules, octagon control, and all that shit, is a criteria. They don't consider calf kicks as effective striking as they should. They score that cage control. The perfect fight that reminds me of it is Batista versus Aldo. They gave the fight to Batista. Randy Brown versus Brian Battle. They gave the fight to Brian Battle. And now tonight, Ankalaev versus Petta. You got to do more with that. It's also on the referee, I think. Like, if we're making an act, we're trying to have the fights be entertaining, you got to break those situations quicker. But then the other argument is, yeah, you got to be able to get off the cage. But it's like, come on, bro. If they're both just holding each other and nothing's really happening, just fucking take them off the cage. But lackluster main event. Gaethje, though, that fight was a banger. Yes, Pereira almost got knocked out at the end of that second round. He got saved by the bell. But back to those white girls, Jay Slice. What's up with the white girls? And yes, love Latinas. I don't discriminate. Girl is my type, is what I like to say. He would have won, in my opinion, if he just kept the guard heavy. Yeah. You saw how close that fight was. Minor adjustments. 1 or 2 moments the other way could have swung that fight heavily. That's why even going into the final round or even into the scorecards, we didn't know who won. A draw would have made a lot of sense. The funniest thing is Bruce Buffer got handed the scorecards, went over to Dana White, showed him, and you saw Dana White go, shake his head no, and got so fucking tight when he saw those scorecards. And I agree with him. I don't want Ankalaev as my champion if I'm Dana White. He's not very marketable. He's not, dare I say, an entertaining fighter. He's had more entertaining fights than that, but that fight was terrible. To win a championship by holding the guy against the cage and getting stuffed on 12 takedowns, it's a little rough. Definitely they need to change the rules a little bit and take out that scoring criteria of octagon control, pushing the guy up against the cage. Oh, what'd they do to us here? What about those white girls, Jay? Love those white girls. Mark Goddard is terrible, yes. The problem with Mark Goddard is he's very inconsistent. Some fights he's quick to break the fight off the cage. Other fights like that one he just lets it go. I'm not a Mark Goddard fan. Never have been, never will be. But YouTube just crashed. Now it's back up. TikTok just crashed. We'll see what happens with that. If it comes back to me. But bullshit. My fucking parlays. That shit was rough. No kids, just a dog. No kids I know about. And if I knew about them, I would definitely take care of them, but no kids I know about. Been all over the country banging chicks, though, so who knows? There's some crazy females out there. Like, funny story, at one point, I had a girl. Man, did they really just completely crash my TikTok live? I was down in Florida years ago, and I had a girl that I was hanging out with. Oh, man, what'd they do to me here? And we hooked up, and then like 9 months later, she had a kid. And I was like, that might be my fucking kid. Wasn't, though. Oh, yeah, let me restart this. If you guys can, on TikTok, throw me a follow. I'd appreciate it. I got to restart this, though. They're playing games with me always. I hate you, TikTok. But see, TikTok will do you good, though. I had 142,000 views on that live. Way more than I get on YouTube. Oh, yeah, Antoine, I remember you. You were here in the OG days. I appreciate... Oh, I was about to be like the love stream. What the fuck's the love stream? Yeah, we try to entertain here. We try to give you guys some combat sports. A safe haven to come talk about combat sports. You know, I just try to get in on TikTok. TikTok keeps fucking with me. All right, Anthony Smith, you have a good night. Fuck ESPN. I can't believe they were on that bullshit tonight. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with this thing. Let me see this. But yeah, we got Bahamondes at the post-fight presser. There we go. Let me see. Yeah, we've all seen those friends. Once they get a girl, they completely change and fall off. That's my story on Menace. Yeah, that Lawler introduction. Lawler deserves all the respect. Guy's a fucking legend. Guy is an absolute legend. That's like if you don't fuck with Robbie Lawler, I don't fuck with you. Guy is the definition of a combat sports legend. Absolute fucking legend, Robbie Lawler. Gotta show love to Robbie Lawler always. No Robbie Lawler hate. Don't stand for it. That's like when you know a guy's a piece of shit, is if they don't like fucking Robbie Lawler. Menace was never in Florida. Menace is in Long Island. Him in Florida was, I used to bring him down there for the Khabib events. Yeah, that girls' fight was just terrible, you mama. Terrible all around. I kind of zoned out during that girls' fight. Yeah, Brittany Palmer looks good. I'm not mad at Brittany Palmer. The biggest thing, too, with the ring card girls is how are they aging? Like, Brittany Palmer's aging pretty gracefully. Ariane Celeste, she's looking old. That's funny. Gaethje just rolled into the post-fight presser and said, hurry up, guys. I got to go hang out with my family. But that main event left something to be desired. Unfortunate ending. Alex fans are crying right now, yes. No Shama tonight. Yes, you're not a fan if you're not a Robbie Lawler fan. Absolutely. So I used to be high on Tony Ferguson. Menace was not high on Tony Ferguson because Menace had trained with Tony Ferguson and said he took Tony down at will. And he wasn't impressed with Tony Ferguson. So every fight he would always... When Tony was on that run, I'm pretty sure like every single fight, not the losing run, the winning run, every fight Dennis picked against him. And it was based off of one time they trained together at Ruka, and Dennis was taking him down at will. But you can't sleep on Dennis for a minute. Dennis was the all-time takedown leader at featherweight. He had some good wrestling. We have who won? Ankalaev won. Nobody's parlays won, unless you were smart and you bet Ankalaev. Alex was definitely sleeping. Can we see the R3 stats? I don't know what that is. Oh, this fucking thing. Come on now. TikTok's always fucking playing games with me. They need more hot black ring card girls. Yeah, who was that one? They had one really hot black ring card girl, but I feel like we never see her anymore. They do have one. Just always lost that fight to get him into that next level. And then he retired right before. So when he retired, the sport went like this afterward. Because he retired on the first ESPN fight night. The sport, so Conor 10X'd the sport, and then when they got on ESPN, they 10X'd again. So that's pretty much the story of his fight career. And just had those couple of fights, like if he would have beat Jeremy Stevens, he probably would have been a little bigger. If he would have beat Ricardo Lamas, he probably would have got a shot at the title. You know, I think he had like a 6 fight or 7 fight win streak at that point. John Jones in DC for sure, in my opinion. Colby and Usman was good, but I think John in DC was one of the best. I mean, Colby versus Usman is up there. Part of what tainted Colby versus Usman was Mark Goddard and that fucking stoppage in that first fight. I feel like that rivalry could have had more if it would have went to the distance in the first round. Instead, the narrative kind of came like, oh, well, he knocked you out. He didn't really, though. You know, he didn't really knock him out in that first fight. It was a shitty stoppage. I feel like that stole a little bit away from the rivalry. Goofball Mark Goddard always putting himself into fights. But yeah, Menace had a lot of talent. Menace hung around in the top 10 for a long time. He had a lot of respect amongst his cohorts. Yeah, the guy who he said looked like a bottle of Pepto-Bismol, he used to do a podcast or make a lot of content with Dean Thomas. That's who that guy was. I don't know. Tony was pretty good. And Tony was bigger than him. He was definitely live in the fight. Man, though, more problems with fucking TikTok. TikTok's completely frozen right now. Completely frozen right now, TikTok. You know, like I think Tony was durable. He had great cardio, and he just kind of always found a way to win, which was crazy. Even against better fighters, just always would find a way to win, which is kind of like a John Jones quality. And one of John Jones' greatest qualities, he always finds a way to win. Man, though, my parlays are so fucking gutted. So I usually sprinkle a lot on hockey. I had Leon Draisaitl for a goal. Fucking choked on me. Everyone else on the team scored a goal except for him. And then I just needed Pereira, and I would have had a good day. So I'm seeing they updated the strikes now. So now they updated the total strikes, and they have Ankalaev well ahead. They had it up before, and they had Pereira ahead. Now they've updated it, and they got Ankalaev well ahead. So they definitely changed the totals. But let me just close this one out real quick. Playing games with me. Yes, Marvin Vettori fights next week. I never met Marvin Vettori. I interviewed him though. I used to think Tony would have gave Khabib a better fight, but then as Tony evolved and we saw how bad I kind of then thought Khabib would have ragdolled him, and it wouldn't have been a good night for Tony. The one thing that I thought could have helped Tony was his cardio, and I feel like that was one of Khabib's issues was cardio. But as time passed, I leaned way more towards Khabib just fucking mauling him. But I never met Marvin Vettori, but I've interviewed him, and we had some mutual friends. He was always very cool. I love that video of Marvin Vettori and who is it? Brendan Allen fighting in the casino, right on the casino floor. I love when shit like that happens. I'm a fan of chaos, so I love anything like that whenever it goes on. One of the main reasons I have a Twitter page is I go on Twitter and I just watch street fight videos and crazy shit on Twitter. You always need a little bit of chaos, in my opinion. Keep you centered. But Dana White should be coming out any minute. I'm going to go use the restroom, and then we'll talk some more MMA. But you know what really sucks today? And what got me? I've said it before. I have a jinx cousin, and he fucking jinxed me yesterday. And now I got the hex on me for today that all my shit fucked up. I was on a really good run the last few weeks. Not talking to my jinx cousin about bets. And then, of course, he starts harassing me yesterday to talk about bets. Lost all my bets yesterday, lost all my bets today. Total jinx. He's like the mush that you got to put in the bathroom in a Bronx Tale. How many UFC press conferences have you attended? A few. Not too many, but maybe 4, 5, 6 in that range. My interview with Chael. Chael's always a good time. I like one of my favorite things too is bumping into Chael. The times I bumped into him at events. He's always very cordial, very cool. No, I saw the Bobby Green knockout, but yeah. That my shit was on when that shit happened. That shit was crazy. That's definitely a performance bonus for Rufy tonight. Who do I personally think won the championship? I could see it going for Ankalaev, but it's because I know how they score fights. They score that pushing someone on the cage as something. But if you're 0 for 12 in takedown attempts, and it's tough. I am seeing that, they update shit all the time. They updated the stats. So now they're saying before it said 108 to 102, and they had it in favor of Pereira. Now they've updated the stats, and it says Ankalaev outlanded Pereira 127 to 97, significant strikes 94 to 76. Before, it said 108 to 102 for Pereira, and it said like 80 to 75 in significant strikes. So I don't know if they cooked the numbers right there to make it not seem like a robbery or whatever the fuck that could be. But 0 for 12 is absolutely fucking crazy. That you can win a fight going 0 for 12 on takedowns is fucking nuts. It reminded me a lot of the Mario Batista Jose Aldo fight. You can't win a fight just pushing the guy against the cage. The referee needs to break them. Yeah, I think takedown defense should score more, and I think calf kicks should matter more than pushing someone against the cage. I don't know about him fixing it for Alex to lose so that Jones is forced to fight Tom. I mean, you never know. They're always doing crazy shit. Did not lose my rent money. My house is paid for. Getting dropped is crazy. Did he get dropped? They felt like he got rocked. I don't think he got dropped. You know who calls people casuals? Casuals. Oh, now we got Dana. Oh, here come the trolls in my TikTok chat.
Performance of the night tonight went to where is it? Yep. Okay.
Gaethje and Fiziev fight of the night.
Ignacio and Rufy. That won 50 grand.
Bahamondes and Rufy with 50 grand victories.
Tactical battle, we'll say, in the main event.
Yeah.
Crowned a new champion tonight, though. I guess, can you give us your initial thoughts on...
Dana was not happy with that main event. Oh, come on.
That's like 600 face coin. Are you kidding me?
UFC needs to turn the ads off of their videos.
I don't know if we're going to see Alex back here or not tonight, but we haven't seen him yet. Have you talked to him? Do you know if there was anything wrong with him? To Alex Pereira tonight?
No, I haven't seen him yet. He's coming? Yeah? Is he coming in? No? Maybe? Potentially. Doesn't sound great.
5 guys tail beat up. And a woman. And supposedly smacked a woman.
A fight that close with a champion as great as Pereira has been, leaning towards immediate rematch. Co-main event, Justin Gaethje things. Just give us your thoughts on him. And
Great fight, yeah. They won 50 grand for fight of the night.
Dana said probably an immediate rematch.
Away from the first 2 kids of the night. They were looking like they were going to win it. Yeah.
he was back here and said, look, I don't even know what makes sense, but he's like, I do want to fight for the title again at some point, before he's done. Do you feel like at this point in his career, he's still on a potential championship?
Shut up, Joe.
I mean, what's he ranked right now? 4th or something, right?
Third.
Yeah, 3rd. There you go. He's still the number 3 ranked guy in the world, so the odds of him getting a title shot are pretty good.
I haven't seen it still. I saw a lot of people complaining on X Twitter tonight they couldn't buy the pay-per-view. Did that make it to you? Do you know?
Yeah, it made it to me. Yeah, they were having problems buying it on ESPN Plus. I don't know what happened with their platform tonight, but yeah, there were a lot of pissed off people.
A couple outside it tonight, obviously.
Yeah, John Morgan must have dirt on Dana.
What can you tell us? I'm just curious, like, what you see your ultimate position as, right? Like, UFC right now is the dominant brand in mixed martial arts. Do you see being able to be the dominant brand in boxing, or is it more like we're a player in boxing along with the other entities out there?
It's a good question.
My favorite is Colby with John Morgan when he was like, you give me 10 push-ups And then next time John Morgan tried to ask him a question, he's like, John, do you not think I'm a man of my word? I told you don't ask me questions unless you give me 10 push-ups. And then he was like, I got one lung. He's like, it's not my fault you ate your other lung.
Looks like a very fun business to be in until you actually start.
And that shit definitely hurt John Morgan. You can see now even John Morgan lost some weight. He's trying.
Straight turkey in his crew found out quick that it's a lot tougher than it seems.
Poor guy. The thing is, too, you know how MMA fans are so brutal. They probably harass the shit out of that guy. They probably quote Colby. They probably fucking heckle him. He probably gets tormented by the MMA community. Really nice guy, too. Gave me his hotel room once in Atlantic City. I got no beef with John Morgan.
Press tour that we did on Monday was the deal. But I'll tell you what's fascinating about him. He's a visionary when it comes to sport. He wants to do a lot of one-on-one type events.
You think Patty is going to get critically fucked up by Chandler? I don't know. I got Patty in that one.
We got a lot of work to do.
Who's Private Pile? What is that from? Yeah, Bobby Green KO was definitely the biggest moment. Robbie Lawler getting emotional was good. But yeah, the fans probably harassed the shit out of John Morgan. See, even John Morgan, to suck up a little bit, he asked Dana a power slap question. It's like nobody cares about power slap. Do you guys like power slap? Does anyone like power slap? I love watching anything to do with fighting. I can't watch power slap. Power slap's unwatchable to me. I did see they improved last time. Like, I think the first time they had Paige go against some ugly chick, and then the other night I think she had a better looking chick to slap with her. They used their brains on that one. Oh my god. Yeah, I like Paige Van Zandt. I'm not mad at Paige Van Zandt. Is Rumble still a thing?
What I don't like is once we start talking about doing deals, people start telling you what you can and can't do, what you can and can't advertise. The list goes on and on. And I like to run.
Dana said most likely there'll be a rematch.
Do you feel like that maybe affects his performance and he looked flat tonight, or do you actually give it to Ankalaev for just putting the pressure on him and making
Ankalaev.
Good question. I think that's a question definitely for him.
I've seen that they have pillow fighting championships and shit like that.
I know he's been bouncing around, but you see this everywhere. When somebody becomes a big star and start making lots of money, there are lots of different doors that open and opportunities. But there's no doubt everybody knew that Ankalaev was going to be a tough fight. Everybody knew that this was going to be probably the biggest challenge of his career.
That fight was so boring though. It was a tactical chess match, but it just you were waiting on the edge of your seat for something that never came.
Kept pushing forward. Even in the fifth round, I was listening to headphones. Alex's corner was saying, "You got to go after him this round. You got to withstand him. You got to try to take him out."
There's a lot of talk with us, like from kind of mainstream media, that like, oh, Alex John would be the fight to make. Do you think tonight shows that actually Alex is still pretty new in it?
You rewatched the third round. What'd you think of it? What happened? Who won? That's the round that the fight came down to, I think, was the third round.
Move up 2 weight classes to heavyweight and take on
It was more Alex, more sticking. Yeah, they gave that round to Ankalaev for holding him against the cage, if I'm not mistaken.
There's still tough guys to fight right heavyweight.
Better watch women. The title fights. Fight the title fights? Nah, I'm good on that. Nobody wants to see women fight. I'd rather watch a woman's cooking show than a woman's cage fight. And I watch all fights. I love fights. I'm good on women's fighting, though. Shit's garbage. That women's fight tonight was fucking terrible.
Just going to make your job harder, right? You have to negotiate with everything inside. Do you have to come out and eventually just get these guys not putting out tracks?
You think what would be sick? Oh, if I ever came rich, I would invest in virtual reality card. I think they were trying to do something like that with Meta, and it just hasn't come to fruition yet. It might be on the lineup at some point.
And that's what he's got some commitments over the next.
I think they'll get to that at some point. But yeah, I think they should have definitely put a lot more effort into that. People using, what are they called? The 3D shit.
The best up and coming fighters all fought on that show and then became big pay-per-view stars.
Alex, he didn't get embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed at that performance. It was a pretty lackluster performance. But yeah, I could see 1, 3, and 5 for Alex. It was definitely more striking for Alex in that third round. That's what the fight came down to, is that third round. If he wins that third round, he wins the fight. I think he got rocked, too. Oculus, yes. Only thing Petta did was kick the calf. Yeah, Petta never got his hands working. Thank you, Joey, for agreeing with me on that women's take. Holden against the cage wins championships. Yep, it's fucking terrible. Bro, I don't understand this. My fucking TikTok keeps crashing. I gotta just give up on it at this point.
Great. What's your question? I think it's awesome. Yeah. Got the answer. Sure.
Jalen Turner said,
Let me see. Let me end this.
Yeah, he yelled it through the cage to me, and I said, yeah. I let the truck know that he was going to retire. And I think somebody talked him out of retiring in the octagon tonight, Lawler or who it was. But, yeah, you know how I feel about that. Usually when you start, very rarely do I disagree with something.
Who do I want to see Justin fight next? Dan Hooker. I think they should definitely run back that Dan Hooker fight.
Very passionate with Robbie pretty much his entire career and most of mine. I saw him fight in Hawaii years ago. And, young, still wanted to sign him.
I definitely think that they need to run that one back.
last one from me, I'm sure you've heard this, but the Josh Van fight, first time UFC fighters before after 2000 fought each other in the UFC. So I'm curious if you know that. And now you got the talk about Gaethje and the potential title shot. How do you guys ultimately make the decision on who that's there? As long as you got Charles there.
But yeah, I would definitely watch Gaethje versus Hooker. Would be good.
Factors that play out when we start talking about who's fighting next. Injuries, timing of when they want to fight, they don't want to fight.
Man, though, why is this shit fucking up on me? Gaethje versus Hooker could be good.
I don't know. Probably.
And you were talking about Tom and John. Tom released that video blog a few days ago from the trainer.
Why, bro? They gotta fucking turn their ads off.
Yeah, significant significantly improved the site's conversion.
John Jones definitely won.
We were talking about Tom and John. Tom released that video blog a few days ago on the train where he said John side is holding up the fight. What's he referring to?
I think that listen, John Jones definitely wants to fight. When where
Said John.
I'm betting
Somewhere on first
step
step.
by now. What's the question?
How did you have the main event score?
I don't know if I had the exact score in my head, but
Dana thought Ankalaev won the fight.
And Rufy with that amazing knockout. You got him, John Silva, Bahamondes. Like those guys on Tuesday, you guys do matchmaking. Like you look at those names. And you're like,
yeah, I mean, we have the whole, we added this whole part of the board. I have all this stuff on the wall. I like it on the wall. We have this whole thing that we just added to the wall with all the up and coming guys that we like from the contender or guys that come off, a night like tonight. And we keep them on the wall, keep them top of mind. And, so, yeah.
broadcast for UFC 314. You're on Prelims. Did that just to get the most eyeballs on that fight? Probably.
We really don't determine that until we get closer. We start moving stuff around a couple weeks before the fight. That's not definite.
Did you watch the Jim Davis boxing match?
I didn't see it. I was somewhere. I don't remember where I was. But I've only been home it's like my 17th day since Christmas that I've been home. But I was somewhere. I don't remember where I was, but I didn't watch it.
Okay, finally, you can talk about Turkey. Want to do one-on-one events. What's your take on this New York Times Square boxing event?
I think it's incredible to rent out Times Square and every billboard in Times Square. It's insane. Yeah, I think it's brilliant and definitely one of those one-of-one type events.
Do that?
What's that?
Would you do that?
Did I do that? I did the Sphere. You don't see too many people jumping in to do the Sphere right now. I thought more people would try to do it after we did. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Dana, I mean, you had the UFC pay-per-view headlined by your fighter of the year. You had Power Slap this week. You had the Fight Pass Invitational with you.
Oh man, isn't that a curse? Didn't they put
Boxing press tour.
Alex on the video game cover, or they've re-released a video game cover with Alex on it?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I thought I was.
And I saw people posting the Drake curse, the Izzy curse.
But yeah, it's we're gonna.
They got Alex tonight.
This to you guys before, but we're gonna invest like $10 to $12 million in the jiu-jitsu movement next year. So we're gonna go big on that. We're obviously going big on boxing. We're gonna continue to do what we do with the UFC, and then switching Power Slap over to YouTube is. I told you guys 2 years ago. Watch what happens to Power Slap in the next 2 years. And I'll say it to you again. Watch what happens to Power Slap in the next 2 years.
Obviously, you're the face and the front man for so much on top of running the business. At what point do you say, I gotta find someone to pass a few of these things on to?
We're gonna find out this year. This year is gonna be.
Yes, and if Drake or Izzy pick you or bet on you,
We're gonna find out.
usually fucks you.
See how long I can run this hard.
And I saw one post that said how so much of that was working against Alex for this fight. Once a year title defenses for 3 divisions. Yeah.
So there was a ton of brands that were wanting that. It's literally the most coveted spot, I guess, in the octagon. So I'm guessing that a decision like that means a little bit more than just money. What are some of the intangibles that a brand like that brings, and what actually goes into a decision The relationship. We've been in business with them for a long time. They've been good to us on a lot of different fronts.
Yeah, I think Alex. There's a case for Alex 1, 3, and 5.
I told you guys after COVID.
You know, but the scoring criteria is rigged for grapplers. You could win a round holding someone against the cage, which is fucking insane.
You don't know who anybody is until
I think it's got to be damage and effective striking over
what was what. You know,
getting stuffed on a takedown and then holding the guy against the cage. That's a crazy way to win a championship.
especially sponsorship. And it's fun of a follow-up that
Reminds me of Batista versus Aldo. It's on the referee, I think, or the fighter who's getting held against the cage, if that's the way they're scoring fights to get off. So basically, Alex didn't do enough, is what this fight came down to. Didn't do enough.
The answer is yes. If those big fights are available that we could make, we would definitely do it. But I think you're going to see more of the jiu-jitsu guys, the big stars in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, Alex was biting on the feints too much. Gave too much respect. The striking numbers, they changed for some reason. At first, it said that Alex outlanded him. It was 108 to 102. Then they changed it, and now it says 127 for Ankalaev to 97 for Alex. But initially, when this fight ended, it said 108 to 102. But they changed it, so that's fucking crazy.
That we're getting in the sport is obviously a good thing. Definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah, in the second round, I noticed that he kept like pulling his kicks back. He did it like 3 times, and then the third or fourth time, he got rocked. He looked a little bit unsure of himself, but I also think maybe he expected Ankalaev to grapple more.
And not to mention the fact that I talked a lot of shit about boxing for the last.
I mean, if I'm judging effective striking, I think Alex won. If I'm judging cage control, which is a bullshit criteria, then Ankalaev won. You can't get stuffed on 12 takedowns and off your stuffed takedown, hold the guy against the cage and not land any strikes. It's the equivalent of getting a takedown and not doing anything with it.
Now I got to do that for boxing. I already got the office space over there. Time to start filming.
Yeah, they don't score defense, which is fucked up.
What's the question?
Who's my boy that got rocked? Could have went either way. I could see the 3-2 Ank. I could see the 3-2 Alex.
Guys that I like and guys that I don't like. I would imagine that I would continue to like the guys that I like.
Holy casual. Ank had more punches landed and was coming forward most of the fight.
Probably get worse if anything.
What a goofy. Yeah, both guys did not impress with their performances in that one. I mean, not really, but I could see if it would have went to Alex, I wouldn't have been surprised. What the fuck? Thoughts on the main? I thought it was pretty boring. Little lackluster.
Listen, I love it. Anytime a gym or specific group
Thought it was a little lackluster.
or a fighter,
Could see it of going either way.
people start to take interest and become excited about it. Excited for all. Love it.
Man, they got me again, though, on TikTok. What's up, LeBron James? It's a subjective conversation. Could have went either way. With the scoring criteria that they have in play, Ankalaev won.
Guys that come from kickboxing and were able to come to the UFC and dominate the way that they have. And the story between them. It's fascinating. Like, it's nothing.
I don't know. They took my TikTok chat away, so let me restart this.
Hi.
The power slap at Bahamondes seems to be exploding out of that room. It's
It sucks when you know exactly what they're doing. They're asking like kiss-ass questions and asking Dana about power slap. Nobody cares about power slap. Dana's not going to think you're a better journalist because you asked him a power slap question. Yeah, I think Alex won 1-5, and then it came down to round 3. But even 5 could have went either way. Every round except for the second round and maybe the 4th could have went either way. But the either way was Ankalaev kind of getting outstruck, but landing, missing takedowns, and then pushing Alex against the cage. The most decisive round was that second round.
California, Texas, what else? What else we got? Florida, Jersey, Oklahoma.
I mean, Dana keeps saying how they're going to start traveling more, but then they keep booking shows for the Apex.
5 more pending. So.
Just one more question. I've said this week and many times that fighting is in our DNA.
Yeah, that fight was rough. I think a lot of people were disappointed Alex lost. So were my parlays. Alex sold me a couple $100, like $470 on parlay victories. Yeah, he definitely should have threw more strikes. He was a little gun shy. That's accurate. He was definitely fighting on his back foot and fighting behind and letting Ankalaev dictate the fight. It's not how you win. It's a recipe to lose a decision like that if you're letting the other guy dictate. You know, if you're letting the other guy dictate like that, that's a recipe to get fucked on a decision. Not even that, not saying that he got fucked, but just saying, you know, that's the recipe for how to lose a fight. Man, though, you would think the UFC has enough money. They run ads on their fucking YouTube like crazy. Like Dana White's been up here for like 12 minutes. It's the 4th ad, 5th ad.
I'm a big believer in what I've learned over the last 25 years of doing this is that when you have big events on the same night, people have already made the commitment to stay home and watch. Like tonight, even in the back room before I came out, Celtics played the Lakers. I was watching the Celtics Lakers game and our fights, and I had them on the TV out there beside the octagon. So. I think thinking more like a Friday night Saturday night all in Vegas. Like yeah, I mean we're already doing that in some cities already, but yeah, I mean you could see us doing UFC and boxing the same night. Yes, obviously. Slap goes Friday and WWE could go Sunday. Yeah.
Man, it's so crazy that he's trying to shove power slap down my throat. Power slap is fucking terrible.
After he said that, my phone blew up. You know, everybody wants to be the trainers of the FBI now, so I got everybody. But he's dead serious about that. I talked to him about it tonight. Yeah, he's dead serious, so we'll see how that starts to come together. Good? Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
Terrible night of questions for Dana. Yeah, he was a little gun shy. I think he respected Ankalaev's power. I think Ankalaev landed some good low kicks early that had him a little hesitant. You know, when they were trading low kicks in the first round, Ankalaev landed some good ones of his own that you saw get a reaction from Alex. At one point, Alex switched his stance for a second and then went back, and you were like, oh shit, did he get a little bit affected by that? And Ankalaev was fucking winging them. He's tough, Ankalaev. That was a good performance to steal the title and not take too much damage. You can't argue with that. but scoring criteria, they could adjust a little bit. Well, Ankalaev did grapple for the most part. A lot of that fight was won with control. Getting stuffed on takedowns. Alex definitely didn't look good tonight. Ankalaev didn't look much better. Like, more so than saying Ankalaev won, I think you can say Alex lost. Like, the fight was close enough that if it would have went either way, you would have been like, oh, all right, I could see it. Like, cage control is a terrible way to win a fight. I think Dana said at the post-fight presser they probably run that one back and just do a rematch. So we'll probably see Ankalaev versus Alex again, but then that's one of those ones where if Ankalaev beats him again, that's when it's where does Alex go? Because then Alex is in some trouble if he loses to Ankalaev a second time. Then he's waiting for Ankalaev to lose, or he's got to go up to heavyweight. And the Alex I saw today, I don't think he has success at heavyweight. Like, if anything, Ankalaev exposed some of the holes in Ankalaev's game plan. I mean, in Alex's game plan. But yeah, definitely a shitty performance from Pereira. And again, not the best performance from Ankalaev. But he did enough to get the job done, so that's all that matters. Winning is winning. I mean, if you're able to win, you win. That's all that matters. What's up, Juice Man? Yeah, that was a good card. Main event was a little lackluster. The female fight was a little lackluster, but that Bobby Green fight was good, or a good knockout, heartbreaking knockout for Bobby Green. Good finish. That Bahamondes triangle was nice. And then the Gaethje Fiziev fight delivered. Those guys should get a nice check in the mail. Yeah, very lackluster performance from Petta. I mean, Ankalaev won on the scoring criteria, but it wasn't a great performance by either guy. Alex looked very gun-shy. Ankalaev went 0 for 12 on takedowns. Won the fight with control, pushing the guy against the cage. It's not like he won the fight with control on the ground. He won the fight pushing against the cage. No, I could see it. You know, that's the thing, too. We're all programmed to now score fights off of the UFC's criteria, which is if your back's against the cage, you're losing the round. Yeah, he outstruck Alex. A few rounds, though, Alex outstruck him, but for the most part, Alex was very gun-shy in that fight. No. Initially, the way they had it listed, they had Alex with more strikes and more significant strikes, but then they updated it, and they took away some of Alex's significant strikes, and they took away some of his strikes. So, significant strikes, they had Ankalaev 94 to Alex 76, and total strikes, they had it 127 to 97. When this thing was first up, though, they had it Alex like 90 to 75 the other way, and then they had 108 to 102 in total strikes for Alex. So they adjusted it a little bit. And the stats show that Ankalaev won. You know, round 1, Alex won strikes. Round 2, Ankalaev won. Round 3, Alex won total strikes. Round 4, Ankalaev won. And then they're saying round 5, Ankalaev won in total strikes. Which I'd have to rewatch round 5. I don't remember him landing or throwing anything in round 5, Ankalaev. But the fight, you know, all three judges gave Pereira round 5. So they're saying Ankalaev landed 10 more strikes in round 5, but I'm not sure about that. But not even a fight I would want to go back and rewatch to rejudge again. Yeah, the commentary is always biased, I feel. They pick one fighter and kind of rock with that. That's the one thing Alex could take away from the fight is his takedown defense looked good. But not a great performance by either guy. Nobody's watching that fight and going, I need to watch their next fight. I can't wait for their next fight. That shit was kind of trash. Good takedown defense, though, from Alex. You can't be mad at that. Yeah, Alex looked very gun-shy in that fight. Shit was terrible. A lot of, like, wall and brawl. But, again, even if you're getting stuffed on your takedowns, if you're controlling the fight, the scoring criteria dictates you win the round. Yeah, Alex's hands were non-existent in this fight. Just nothing but low kicks. I think he landed like one decent right hand. Nothing else really landed for him. Ank with that left hand in the second round was the biggest shot of the fight. And then I feel like there was another moment when he kind of wobbled. Not as significant, but he definitely caught Alex a few times. Yeah, now Ankalaev is about to fight once a year. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen now, which sucks. But that's usually champions only fight twice a year, once a year. Yeah, one good right hand is all Alex landed. Just wasn't getting his hands going. He gave a lot of respect to Ankalaev, and for good reason. And then, after he was already giving him respect, Ankalaev rocked this whole shit. Have we seen Alex, other than getting knocked out by Adesanya? I don't think we've ever seen Alex wobbly leg like that. Yeah, Marshall got robbed. That's what had me worried, too, in the main event, where I was like, these scorecards could be all over the place, but Marshall definitely got robbed in that prelim fight, or that earlier fight. That shit was terrible. Yeah, Ankalaev was durable. So, he ate all those leg kicks that Alex was landing early. They were saying he was wobbling or a little limping. I didn't see that. Dana at the post-fight press conference said we will probably see a rematch. Very boring. Yes, that was definitely a boring title fight. It's funny. Someone on my YouTube made a good point. They were like, man, training with Sean Strickland, we saw that performance from Strickland, which was atrocious, and now we saw that performance from Petta, which was atrocious. Other than his takedown defense. That's the only thing that he could take away from that, was his takedown defense was good. Yeah, that performance was pretty terrible. Oh, for... Yeah, they don't score takedown defense, unfortunately, which is fucked up. There's no bullet point in the scoring criteria. Yeah, the clocks go up. The clocks change tonight, if I'm not mistaken. At 2 o'clock, they change. So now it's 3:23 instead of 2:23. Oh, they got me. Yeah, but I was saying it earlier. The scoring criteria, it's favored for grappling. So they call it octagon control. Getting stuffed on a takedown and pushing the guy against the cage, they call that octagon control. And then it is on the guy with his back to the cage to get off. So you lose a fight like that. Horrible. Now the more I think about it, just a horrible performance by Petta. And yeah, it's daylight saving time. So now we get more daylight each day. Now it's going to start getting darker at like 7:30, 8 o'clock. Yeah, Ank definitely landed more strikes. Alex just didn't throw enough. Very, very lackluster performance from Petta. And that you can't win a fight if you're not throwing strikes, so that shit was rough to watch. Boring as fuck main event. You know, to come off that high of Bahamondes, Turner, which was good, and then the high of Gaethje, Fiziev. It's funny fighting on the same card as Gaethje Fiziev. You kind of know that fight of the night or some type of bonuses are spoken for. No, the rules do not favor strikers. They favor grapplers. If they favored strikers, there'd be knees to the head. They would score takedown defense. They wouldn't call pushing someone against the cage, octagon control. But yeah, fighting in the cage definitely favors the grappler. I feel like there's been other fights where his output's been higher. I think his output was just so low tonight because Ankalaev was a dangerous opponent in front of him. I don't know about points deducted, but I think there needs to be less emphasis on cage control. But the other side of that coin is you got to get yourself off the cage. Yeah, Dana White said at the post-fight that there will be a rematch. It wasn't even crotch sniffing. It was like shoulder sniffing. You know, just pushing. It wasn't like he was doing significant damage pushing him up against the cage, but they were working. Yeah, for sure. It could help the wrestlers too, but you can't shoot shitty shots or like crawl on your knees towards somebody. You'll be getting kneed in the head and soccer kicked. If they had knees to the ground, Khabib definitely would have ate some knees on his takedown attempts. Yeah, but in the scoring criteria, pushing someone against the cage is octagon control. No, Justin shouldn't get a title shot now. He's still a couple fights away from that. Another big win or a few more wins. I think even round one, Pereira got a little spooked because Ankalaev was getting close with some punches and he landed some really good low kicks of his own that I think had Pereira thinking about the repercussions. Thank you for the follow, J-Rod. Why do people say knees to the head on the ground favor grapplers? They don't favor grapplers. That would be more of a striker. That would favor the strikers more. Sent Chama back to the tire shop. People's racism is coming out. I think people's racism is out every day anyway. You should have seen my YouTube last night. People were just going hard against Jewish people for some reason. Yeah, that's a good take. Ankalaev shut him down strategically. Should be considered stalling, not control. I agree with that. But the guy on the cage has to circle off. He has to figure out a way to get off. Alex did it a few times, was able to get off the cage, but then there were other times when he was just content with staying there, couldn't get off. I think they should break them up. Yeah, there's that conversation. The referee could break them up, but you also got to get your back off the cage. You are getting controlled. I could have seen a draw. Just because I think fights should be judged like pride. Damage and who was trying to win the fight. But then even if you go there, I mean, Ankalaev was trying to win the fight. It was just boring. Ank definitely had more pressure. Ank was controlling the center of the cage more. Yeah, Dana White, Neil Downs. Dana White said that they're going to do probably an immediate rematch. They should do an immediate rematch considering Ankalaev's such a big draw, but if Ankalaev wins the rematch, Pereira's kind of done. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people had 3-2 Alex. I saw more 3-2 Ankalaev, but I saw the cage control. I know how they judge fights in the UFC. Yeah, but if they're definitely going to do the rematch, I think. But if Alex loses the rematch, he's in no man's land. He's like Max was after losing the Volkanovski. Thank you for the follow, Clay. And yeah, that 0 for 12 or 0 for 11, I forget the exact number of takedown, is definitely an ugly look. It's still early in the year. Hopefully we get another title shot or title fight this year at 205. You know, neither one of them got hurt. So unless they came into the fight with injuries, they should be able to run that one back in a few months. You got to also think Alex might be a little burnt out. He's been fighting pretty often. And he's 37. Cage smudging. That's a good terminology, cage smudging. That was definitely a 4-round cage smudge. But yeah, they're saying they're going to run that one back. Yeah, that Rufy KO was fucking nuts. Bobby Green, though, never puts his hands up. He got rocked earlier in the fight with a right hand and then just couldn't move out of the way of that spinning back kick. But now, all those fighting nerds guys, we're going to see how good they are because they're now all right at that point where they're really about to step up their level of competition. I think Bryce Mitchell is a good test for Silva, but they're still a level above Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, Bobby's been washed. He's old, 38 years old. That's tough to be at 155. The heavier divisions, you can get away being that old, but yeah, the control times, that whole judging criteria could be tweaked a little bit. I think, well, Dana said that he's probably going to run that one back, but would Jerry be next in line if it's not Alex? I'm not sure. I mean, instead of going, it's cage control because the guy's pushing him up against the cage, the referee could break them up and say it's actually just a stalemate. I mean, Ankalaev, on the scoring criteria, Ankalaev won. He landed more, he controlled more, but, you know, it was a shitty fight, if we're being honest. I could see the case made for 1, 3, and 5 for Alex, but he got controlled in those rounds too. Like if he landed more strikes, how he lost that round was getting controlled. Yeah, that's good, Braden. You know, even if they're being a little busy, it slows the fight down. Like even in, I think it was that third round, maybe the crowd started booing the cage work. What's going on, Bruce the King? I appreciate it. Yeah, Alex stuffed all the takedown attempts. Good takedown defense, but then he was having trouble getting off the cage. That was the problem for him. But yeah, it's on the referee to break him, but it's really on the guy getting pressed against the cage. But is that control or is that stalling? It's a little bit of, it's discrepancy. It's subjective to what you think it is. Definitely they need to credit takedown defense more, but we don't see that too much. Jerry vs. Ank is a good fight. I'd actually lean towards Ankalaev. You know, what is Ankalaev at right now? Like an 11-fight win streak, other than the Paul Craig fight. And that fight with Blachowicz, which I thought he won. He got kind of robbed that night. Takedown defense matters when you're able to counter after the takedown defense or do something after the takedown defense. What's up, LeBurk? I mean, my parlays didn't hit, so bummed out about that, but all in all, it was a good day. Light heavyweight's definitely at a dull spot right now. Yeah, Ank could definitely go on a little run right now, but he'd be a boring champion if he's fighting like that. He's had more exciting fights, though, in the past. I think if they're not running it back with, what's his name immediately, with Alex, then the winner of Olberg versus Blachowicz could fight the winner, could fight Ankalaev. Him and Blachowicz have unfinished business, and Carlos Olberg's on a winning streak. He's been hot lately. Yeah, Alex could have had moments in each round that could have stole the rounds, but he just didn't do enough. Did not do enough. That's why Alex lost that fight. Inactivity. He let Ankalaev dictate the pace of the fight, control the fight. It was close, though, but he didn't do enough. Small moments could have won the fight for him. I mean, I think there should be a rematch simply because Alex is a draw, has a big following, definitely do some pay-per-view numbers, also defended the title, I think, 3 times, is a double weight champion. Alex got worn down. Yeah, Alex's cardio definitely looked like it was failing him a little bit. Those teeps to the body were good, though, by Ankalaev. He landed a bunch of them. So he landed some effective shit, Ankalaev. Just both guys were just not, other than that left hand, the straight left hand that Ankalaev landed, nothing really significant was going on in that fight. Like, there's a realm where Petta fights Ankalaev again and loses worse next time. That's usually how rematches go. The fights get more one-sided. Yeah, Mark Goddard's not the best ref, so he's always a little inconsistent with how he referees fights. Sometimes he was breaking them up, other times he was just letting them stay there. Yeah, Schiff, that's what I said. He rocked him. That was the most significant and the only real significant strike of the fight. I don't know. Did Ankalaev call out anybody? He doesn't speak English. I don't remember seeing Petta really hurt Ankalaev. He landed that one like glancing head kick that might have been what stole him the 5th round. And then other than that, he didn't really land anything. Ankalaev ate and wore those low kicks pretty well. Petta definitely looked gun shy, a little bit out of it. What's up, Crimson? I mean, I knew it was going to be 3-2 either way. I leaned more towards Ankalaev, but I wouldn't have been surprised if they gave it to Alex, but it would have been a little, Ankalaev controlled more of the fight, landed more, but there were a few rounds that Petta was close to stealing, just didn't do enough. Some judges aren't going to score the pushing against the cage. Some judges do. Yeah, I think Petta would struggle in the rematch. With what I saw tonight, unless he had something going on that was a factor outside of the fight, but I was surprised that Ankalaev stood with him for 25 minutes or went for takedowns. Never mind. He didn't stand for 25. He got stuffed on a bunch of takedowns, but he stood with him a lot more than I thought he was going to. Yeah, Alex didn't do much offensively, so it was a disappointing performance by him. Neither guy took a lot of damage. So it was one of those type of fights. Both guys could have did minor things that made the fight more one-sided, but it just wasn't a lot. Props to Magomedov, though. He got it done. you kind of, you're disappointed in the cage control and pushing him up, but you kind of knew where that was going. Yeah, no judges gave him the third round, surprisingly. So if he would have won the third round, that would have changed the fight for him. Yeah, Alex was definitely backpedaling too much. He had moments of going forward and then just no success. Yeah, but his grappling is supposed to be his weakness, but his takedown defense looked good tonight. I mean, I could see it 4-1 too. He outlanded him most of the rounds, Ankalaev. The only round that could have been clear for Pereira is maybe round 1. Round 5, he landed a couple of good shots, but then he got controlled. Round 3, he landed a couple of shots and then got controlled. Yeah, no judges gave him round 3, which was surprising. Yeah, if it's not Pereira, it could be Jiri, or it could be the winner of Blachowicz and Carlos Ulberg, who are fighting, I think, next month or in a couple months coming up. Yeah, Ankalaev was more active. That was why he lost the fight. Pereira was activity. But who knows what he was seeing or feeling in there. He was definitely gun shy. I mean, yeah, Roundtree, if he could beat Jamal Hill, he could be in the mix. But I feel like that fight's the later of the 3, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Jiri has anything lined up right now. And then Blachowicz versus Carlos Ulberg is, I think, next month. Yeah, round 5, Pereira didn't do enough to steal it. He could have won it, but I think two judges gave him round 5 though, but one judge gave it to Magomedov. I don't think 49-46 is that crazy, but he was getting controlled and wasn't throwing. It was a subjective scoring fight. It depends on what you were scoring, but Ankalaev definitely did more to win. I was rooting for Alex because of my parlays, but he didn't do enough. Very disappointing that you put money on him and then that's how he performs, but that's fighting. Some days you go to work and you have a shitty day at the office, so that's what that was for Alex today. Shitty performance. I agree, Tyson. I'm a little shocked he outstruck him like that too. But I think Alex got hit with some shots. Some punches just missed in the first round, and then some leg kicks that I think had him paying attention to the power from Ankalaev. And then we saw Ankalaev rock him in the second round. We saw in the second round a few times he had to go to throw a kick and kind of pull the kick back. And then the third or fourth time he pulled the kick back is when he got his shit rocked. That's a good motto right there. When the Brazilian and Russian fight, always bet on the Russians. It seems that way. It actually really seems that way. When does a Brazilian beat a Russian? If anybody can think of an example. Yeah, I lost a good amount of money on those fights. And I bet other sports. Today just wasn't a good day. But I talk about it all the time. I have a jinx cousin. My cousin, when he hits me up about bets, all my bets lose instantly. They plummet instantly. He's a complete and total jinx. I don't know if anyone has someone like that in their life that just jinxes their whole shit, but I have my little cousin. He has very bad betting etiquette, and he just talks about his bets and just always is stupid with his bets. So always lose whenever I talk to him about bets. Like 1 for fucking 1,000. It's terrible. When I don't talk to him, I win fucking all the time. And then usually he'll fuck up my bets one day and he'll send me on like a couple of day losing streak. So I lost yesterday and I lost today. after having a good fucking couple of weeks of cashing every day. But that's what happens. I'm seeing all different numbers. I'd have to look at the stats. I don't know if it was 0 for 11, 0 for 12, or 0 for 13. They have it listed at 0 for 12. So they're saying that Ankalaev was 0 for 12. He outlanded Alex 127 to 97. Significant strikes 94 to 76. So round one, they say Alex Pereira outlanded Magomedov 20 to 12, 16 to 9 on significant strikes. Round two, Magomedov outlanded Alex 29 to 18, 29 to 18 on significant strikes. Round three, 21 for Alex, 18 for Ankalaev, 21 to 17 on significant strikes. Round four, 45 for Ankalaev, 23 for Pereira, 19 to 7 on significant strikes. And then round five, 23 to 15 for Ankalaev, 20 to 14 on significant strikes. So Alex only outlanded him in 2 rounds. Ankalaev landed more strikes. The fifth round, 3 judges gave him the fifth round, or 2 judges gave him the fifth round, and he got outstruck. I think they gave it to him off of that one head kick that kind of glanced a little bit. Yeah, I don't know why Alex didn't throw more. He was a little gun shy. We're going to get 1 title defense per year in Abu Dhabi. That's what it's looking like. Nah, I feel like him and Izzy, the book is closed on that. Dana White at the post-fight press conference said they're going to run that one back most likely. Alex rematch in November. Yeah. Alex just froze up a little bit tonight. What's next for Gaethje and Fiziev? I think Gaethje, they should run the Dan Hooker fight. And Fiziev's in a tough spot right now. He's lost 3 in a row. So, I don't know what could be next for Fiziev. Maybe Rufy. But then it's kind of, they usually match up winners with winners and losers with losers. So, let's see. 3 losses in a row. It's like if you lose 4 in a row, you're kind of in a bad spot. Unless you're like a super draw, like a BJ Penn or a Tony Ferguson. Those are the guys they give more than 4 fights. They did just give Angela Lee like 6 fights as well, but I feel like she must have fucking blew one of the matchmakers or something. But I love Angela Lee. She's a sweetheart. But maybe Fiziev versus the loser of Chandler Patty. Maybe Fiziev versus Moicano, but I feel like they just fought, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, they didn't fight yet. Let's see. It's tough for Fiziev right now. Fiziev, well, they usually, like I said, they usually match up winners versus winners and losers versus losers, usually. But I've seen exceptions. Alex could definitely use a little break. I feel like he hasn't had a break in a minute. He's always had a fight booked. He's been burning the oil, the candle at both ends. But let's see. Fiziev versus the winner of Alvarez versus BSD. Let me see. Maybe Gamrot for Fiziev, but that would be a step up. Let me see. I mean, I like Fiziev versus Moicano. Oh, no, they did fight. And Moicano got knocked out by Fiziev. So, yeah, I don't know what's really next for Fiziev. I saw someone say St. Denis versus Alvarez. I don't see that fight even announced. Yeah, Jalen was going for retirement. Must have some shit going on. And then they said Bilal maybe talked to him in the cage afterward and told him, don't make that decision right now. Yeah, you could say that. Alex kind of beat himself tonight, just with lack of volume. You're not going to win a fight. Not throwing anything. But yeah, Fiziev's in a tough spot. I mean, Fiziev versus St. Denis isn't a bad fight. Fiziev versus Jalen Turner isn't a bad fight. Have they fought yet, Fiziev and Jalen Turner? But then with that fight, maybe that's why. Turner has lost 4 of his last 5 now. So that's why he probably was trying to take the gloves off. He's conscious that it's only going to get worse from here. I would have liked to have seen Bobby Green retire. That shit was rough. And for Bobby Green, it's only going to get worse. Even for Fiziev. I mean, Fiziev's still young. He's only 32, but it's only going to get worse for him here. Unless he can figure some shit out. 3 losses in a row is not good. Alhamdulillah, 21-1. Put him, Ankalaev, and New. Oh, that's a thing, too. He won this fight during Ramadan, so that's some credit to Ankalaev. I forgot about that. Arman, Ilya next. Justin versus Hooker. Yeah, I think that's what they got to do is Gaethje versus Hooker. Yeah, UFC owes him a good fight, but what is the good fight? Even though he took the fight on short notice. Yes, it's daylight savings time, I believe, is what it is, Jay Slice. At 2 o'clock, the clocks change. Yeah, it's just like Aldo versus Batista. But that's the scoring criteria. Yeah, I do think the Chama is a little corny. I agree with you there. But yeah, hopefully Bobby Green retires. It's only going to get worse for him from here. So, his speed's probably going a little bit. And now he hasn't adjusted, keeps fighting with his hands down. So it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get more brain damage. Was that Justin Turner who flatlined him and then hit him with some shots after the fight? And then this fight, he face planted and then slid. So it's not going well for him. He's definitely just chalking up some CTE. Never good. Yeah, Green used to have a pretty good chin. But it's gone now. But that's what I'm saying. His speed is gone, so his chin's only going to get touched more, which is terrible. He's definitely going to do nothing but add in CTE. Who was Dariush supposed to fight? Moicano, and then that fight fell out, so maybe they could do that. Fiziev versus Dariush. I know Dariush is close to retiring as well. I mean, Green never had defense, but he used to have a decent chin. He always had his hands down, but he was a little bit more durable than he is now. Now it seems like, I mean, not that Rufy didn't kick his fucking head off. That was definitely a hard kick, but Yeah, it's never good when you start getting older and you get knocked out when you're older. It's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse from here for him. I don't know if we get Jones versus Aspinall. I've been talking about this a lot lately. Negotiations with the UFC when you want more money usually don't go well. And right now, I think the UFC is playing hardball with John Jones a little bit, and they're kind of just fine with him sitting out. They're not going to give in to his contract demands, so I don't know if we see that fight again. Or if we see that fight this year. Who should Charles fight? Does Charles have anything booked right now? I mean, I thought, weren't they rumored to be doing Charles versus Arman rematch? Because Arman lost his title shot? But I don't know. 155 is a little bit shaken up right now. Islam's already beat Oliveira. He hasn't fought Gaethje, so that fight's out there. He had the rematch with Arman fell through, and they said they're not giving Arman that shot again, which is fucking crazy. They should just run that one right back. But I don't know. If you look at the rankings, the only thing that's there for Charles Oliveira is to fight down and put his spot on the line. There is Charles versus Max Holloway. That's a possibility. But I feel like even there, if you do Charles versus Max, you're setting up either guy to get fucked up by Islam. Arman versus Ilya. I think Ilya deserves an instant title shot. Nobody else has Volkanovski and Max on their resume. Especially like that. That shit's rough. If they pass up Ilya after those two fights, I think Ilya should definitely get Islam. On the undercard, you could do Arman versus Gaethje maybe. Arman versus Max. You know, some type of fight for a number one contender. But I would like to see Gaethje versus Hooker, them run that fight back. But yeah, 155 again, a little shaken up right now. Simply because of Islam's dominance. The fact that him and Arman was supposed to fight, Arman got hurt. I mean, perfect scenario, but then even there, if Arman beats Islam, they probably give Islam a rematch, but maybe they should do Islam versus Arman or Islam versus Ilya, and then on the undercard, have the other fight, have Arman versus Justin or Arman versus Oliveira rematch. But again, I would like to see Hooker versus Gaethje. And I think people are sleeping on how high Paddy Pimblett could go if he beats Michael Chandler. Like, if I know Michael Chandler is like number 10 or whatever and Paddy's behind him, but if he beats Michael Chandler, they're going to definitely bump him up. They're going to give him some Conor McGregor treatment and bump him up in the rankings. So there's definitely some interesting fights to be made, but what's next at 205 is the bigger question. I feel like we now have a new champion. Pereira just had a nice little win streak, couple title defenses. We got Blachowicz and Olberg are fighting, what is that, March 12th? March 22nd. Roundtree and Jamal Hill are fighting April 26th. So some of the winners in those fights. Jerry currently doesn't have anything lined up. I mean, Krylov versus Dominic Reyes is toward the bottom of the top 10. but you could say they're in the mix with a win or two. I mean, I see what you're saying, that Ilya needs to fight other fights, but nobody's ever flatlined Volkanovski and Max back-to-back. Arguably, who's the best featherweights of all time? It's Max and Volkanovski. Honorable mention to Aldo. Aldo's now down at 35, and there's basically Max and Volkanovski. He flatlined both of them. So what else is there left for him to do? Diego Lopez? Get the fuck out of here with that. Diego Lopez shouldn't even be getting this title shot. It should be going to Mosvar. But Jones versus Alex is the biggest money fight in the UFC. It was. Alex kind of shut that shit down tonight. But even that, Alex losing gives us maybe a better chance of the UFC giving into John Jones. Bro, Lopez does not deserve that fight. Mosvar has beaten him and just beat a former champion coming up. What's his name? Diego Lopez beat Brian Ortega and struggled with Dan Ige. I don't think he deserves that fight. I think they should have gave it to Mosvar. Let me see. Let's see the resume and why Diego Lopez deserves that fight. Ortega, Ige, and Sadiq Youssef. And a loss to Mosvar. Versus Mosvar, who's got Diego Lopez, Arnold Allen, and Aljamain. And I get it, maybe you could say activity, but if we're going off of what they've done, he beat Diego. And again, that third round against Dan Ige, that loses you the title shot right there. What time is it for me right now? Now it's 4 a.m. It's technically 3 a.m., but they changed the clocks. Yeah, Curtis Blades was supposed to be on the fight tonight, but he got sick. Apparently there was some type of flu or food poisoning or something going around. I don't know the specifics, but Curtis Blades and Gutierrez both had the same thing. So the Chris Gutierrez versus Castaneda fight got pulled, and the Curtis Blades versus Cunha fight got pulled. Both for whatever illness was going around. I mean, you said Diego deserves it, and then you say Sterling isn't good. So now you're letting me know you don't know too much about fighting. But I definitely think Sterling was the bantamweight champion. When you're a champion and you move up in weight, a former champion, you get respect. Who did Sterling beat? He beat a bunch of people at 135. He has the most wins at 135, the most title defenses at 135. And took the fight against Mosvar when a lot of people were avoiding Mosvar. Again, that third round. Go watch the third round against Dan Ige. Guy doesn't deserve a title shot off of that. He beat Peter Yan clearly in the rematch. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just the more you speak, cease. You're showing me you don't know too much. I could see 135 Alex, but he didn't do enough to steal those rounds. Yes, exactly, UC. I do not know UFC. Mosvar would have been a great defense for Ilya to add a featherweight. If Ilya is struggling to make the weight and you beat Max and you beat Volkanovski, there's nothing left for you to do at featherweight. Nothing. You want to go up and fight for the title? Here's the red carpet. Go fight for the title. You beat the two best featherweights of all time. Why should he stick around to fight fucking guys who struggled with Dan Ige and fucking Mosfar? Mosfar, if anything, could have been the contender, but or maybe a rematch with Volkanovski, but I don't know what's going on with Usman. When do you think Usman comes back? I haven't heard anything. He's been on the shelf for a minute. I don't know if he's hurt, healing injuries, or what he's doing. I know he was tentatively scheduled to face Jack Della Maddalena, and then that fight fell through, and then it was JDM fighting Leon, and then they pulled him from that to put him against Bilal because Shavkat wasn't ready. So now it's JDM versus Bilal. Yeah, the worry with Usman is Usman's getting old. And has he lost 3 in a row, Usman? Or 2 in a row? Let's see. 3 in a row. 2 to Leon Edwards, both title fights, and then he lost to Khamzat. So 4 in a row. If you lose 4 in a row, that's a tough spot to be in. Very tough spot to be in. So that's what he's staring down the barrel right now, is staring down 4 losses in a row. What's back foot? Pressure. Yeah, Gilbert's one of my favorite people in combat sports. Always been very cool, very personable. I've done a few podcasts with him. I've interviewed him a few times. And then whenever I see Gilbert, it's always much love. He's always cracking jokes. He's a funny dude, Gilbert. Potan didn't do enough. That's why he lost. The age of 34 is something too, bro. Well, it's after 35. After 35, you don't win fights. 34, you're still good. You can win some fights. But 35 is when you bet against those guys. Like, I forget the exact statistic, but it's fucking insane. Of 35 and older, under 205 winning championship fights. It's fucking crazy. Wei Lee added another one a few weeks ago, but it's like 4 and 40 or something fucking insane. I haven't seen anyone post a number in a while, but it's bad. Yeah, it's 35. 35 and older do not win. That's where I worry for Volkanovski in this upcoming fight, because he's 35. And then even non-title fights in general, usually the 35 is not a good age. Under, I think it's 185 or 205. Anything under that, and you're over 35, your speed starts to go. It's just not a good age to fight. Usually that's when guys start hitting their skid. I mean, I don't really know how you can award takedown defense, but it's what you do after the takedown is defended. It's the same as if you get a takedown. It should be what you do with the takedown. If you get the takedown and you just lay in someone's guard and they're elbowing you and hitting you, it's like, who's landing more effective shit right now? Bobby Green's 38. Bobby Green is up there. And we've seen a couple of CTE specials on him since he got older. Like that Jalen Turner fight was ugly. He took some shots after getting knocked out that he didn't need to take. He was already out. And then that spinning kick tonight was fucking terrible. Was Stipe a Mike Tyson-Jake fight? No, heavyweight, you're good. But Stipe was definitely old. That fight happened a few years too late. Stipe versus John Jones. And then even, if you go and watch it, the Paddy Pimblett triangle, that triangle, I think he fell asleep in that triangle and was still getting triangled. So he definitely had a little oxygen deprivation to the brain in that one. Like, if you go watch that triangle again, he like falls over and then Paddy resets and has him, but he went to sleep and was still in that choke for a little bit. Yeah, Alex never let his hands go. That's why he lost this fight. Props to Magomedov, though. It was part of what he was doing, too, that made Alex gun shy. All the Russians don't do that. Usually the Russians have better takedowns, and they're able to get the fight to the ground. Ankalaev just isn't that grappler. He's more of a striker. A little bit more well-rounded. Like, I think we've seen Ankalaev, I think he took down Blachowicz a little bit, but he's not like a dominant Khabib, or like we see Islam a lot fuck around on the feet, other than the Volkanovski fight, when he knocked him out, but that was Volkanovski on short notice. But we'll see Islam play around on the feet, and then once he takes it down, it's like, oh no, it's done now. Where Khabib was wild striking, and then once he got to the ground, it was done. Ankalaev was more of a striker. Yeah, I could see it getting worse for Petta if they rematch. Like, what is Ankalaev? I feel like Ankalaev is still young, too. Yeah, so he's 32. So he's in his prime right now. I mean, I worry for Petta if they rematch, because usually the rematches go the same way the first fight goes, only a little bit more decisive. It's not often that the other fighter wins the rematch. Like, very few times. Like, you could say Petta was able to beat Alex in the rematch. Like, even like I think with O'Malley and Merab, I think that's going to be a little bit more one-sided for Merab. You know, it's usually, and then you see like Max versus, well, Max actually, I think, which one was that? I think the second fight, I thought Max could have won versus Volkanovski. I don't think John Jones is gay, but that one video is a little bit saucy. So I saw, when I met John Jones at the PFL a few years ago, he was with a really hot chick, and he was like flirting, and he was probably banging some really hot chick that wasn't his wife. And yeah, so I've seen him pull hot chicks, so I can't argue with that, but maybe he's bi or something. You never know. That one video that MMA Guru did a little journalism on definitely seemed a little suspect. Not a bad decision, just a bad fight. And I think a lot of people, myself included, were rooting for Petta, but the UFC needs to rig fights for the popular fighter to win. Yeah, you saw after that fight, Bruce Buffer was reading the scorecard to Dana White, and Dana White's whole demeanor changed and was like, wow, like what the fuck? Like he wasn't rooting for Ankalaev. I think most UFCs are bi. I don't think so. You never know, though. Most of the ones that I've known and interacted with are usually like coos hounds. Fuck anything that moves type guys. No, I do not think a clinch and hold. It's like wall. So there's like brawl and stall and wall and stall, all types of terminology for it. It's a little bit of stalling, I think, holding a guy against the cage. But in the ruling and the scoring criteria, it's cage control, which is a little like, all right, what are you doing? It's the equivalent of getting a takedown and not doing anything with it. How should it really be scored? What percentage of BJJ athletes are gay? I mean, I don't know. I don't think many of them. But I'm sure there's some in the mix that are gay, but I think more are hetero. Because even there, too, I've always seen a lot of jiu-jitsu guys with some bad chicks. Usually dating some smoke shows. Usually have some good arm candy. But yes, I've seen that John Jones video, and it was a little suspect. Three hours and 14 minutes later, get gang. I don't know what that means. Yes, it's not a takedown, but I'm saying it's the equivalent of when someone gets a takedown and they don't do anything with the takedown. How should you score that? If someone's pushing you up against the cage and there's nothing really being done, how do you score that? Is it really an effective takedown? Is it really effective holding someone against the cage? Like, for instance, even tonight, Jalen Turner, he lost by triangle, but he got the takedown, and then he started getting elbowed and was getting fucked up from the bottom by Bahamondes. So who was winning that round? And then Bahamondes turned up the triangle. It's still getting controlled. Yeah, that's the rule of train of thought with it, that Alex needs to get out of the position. Where can I see the video? If you go on MMA Guru, and MMA Guru did a take of it where it's John Jones at a stand-up comedy show, and he sounds like he's drunk, and he starts just talking a little zesty about his friend and saying, like, this is my man, and some shit like that. And then, you know how, I don't know if you know MMA Guru, but he's a character. He puts his spin on it, like he's like, this guy's gay. This guy's talking about his boyfriend. I mean, I've always heard the rumblings in the MMA community is that not that John Jones is gay, it's that he's a coos hound, you know, always cheating on his wife and has a roster of chicks when he goes to Vegas. He's been caught. When he came to upstate New York one time, he had 2 girls or 3 girls in his car and crashed his Bentley into a telephone pole. None of them were his wife. Like, there's more stories of John Jones being out with women than being gay, but there's one video out there that's a little suspect. Yes, Rampage tried taking my girl at a Bellator when he fought Joey Beltran back in the day. He was hollering at my girl, trying to invite her to his after party. And my girl looked at me like with the, oh my God, big scary black man. And I was like, if you want to go, there's your chance. Like, you can get out of this relationship right now and go fuck Rampage. But luckily she was loyal. That Mike kid has to be by who? Mikey Messamucci? Am I Jewish? I'm not Jewish. But shout out to the Jews. If you get taken to the ground and the opponent tackles your foot and you can't stop it, you lose. Oh, tickles your foot? What, you think John Jones did what for attention? Well, Petta didn't outstrike Ankalaev every round, Matthew. The stats say otherwise, but they have Petta winning the striking battle in 2 rounds. They have Ankalaev winning the other 3 in total strikes. Yeah, Mikey Messamucci. I think Mikey Messamucci has a hot chick, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Rampage tried taking my girl. Luckily, she was loyal. She was hot, too. My ex, she looked like Sandra Bullock. That was like her celebrity doppelganger. She had big titties, too. So Rampage saw her, did a double take, and was like, what's your name? Who you here with? You want to come to my after party? You invited to my after party. Damn, lost my car payment on Ank. It's never good to bet with money you don't have to lose. That's the rule number 1 of betting. If you have some extra, then you could try to go get ahead. Yeah, like I've said, the scoring criteria favors the grappler, that they score octagon control, holding someone. I feel like they should break that a little bit quicker because, yeah, I think Joe Rogan has spoke on it. Like, if they fought in a big open field, you're not pushing them up against the cage. Like, the striker would just keep backpedaling. Or be able to angle off because there's no cage there. If there were ropes there, you can't really, like back in Pride, you couldn't really hold people up against the ropes like that. You start moving a certain way. The cage, you're kind of stuck there when someone pushes you up against the cage. So you have to learn turns and how to get off and dig underhooks and use a lot more energy. But there's that, if you're up against the cage, you're getting controlled, you got to get yourself off. Pause. No Diddy. But you got to get yourself off the cage. If you can't get yourself off the cage, what are you waiting for the referee to come save you? It's the same, again, conversation of if you get taken down and there's no action, should the ref stand it up? It's like, yeah, but same thing against the cage. You should also get up. You should also turn off the cage. So, but yeah, like I said, the rules favor the grappler. They do not favor the kickboxers or the strikers. Yes, Pereira needed to be more aggressive. That's where he lost that fight. Lack of volume, lack of aggression. He got outstruck by Ankalaev. He got outvolumed. The closest to ending the fight was Ankalaev rocking him. Yeah, no Diddy. No Diddy. I knew it was going to be 3-2. Either way, it all came down to the third round, and all three judges gave Ankalaev the third round. So Alex won the third round a little bit early, and then Ankalaev controlled him for the second half of it, and they gave it to Ankalaev. I thought that Alex was going to get the third round on the scorecards, but he didn't. If they would have announced split decision win for Alex, I wouldn't have been surprised, but I feel like Ankalaev did enough to win it. Close, though. One or two moments could have swung that fight. Small moments, even, could have swung the judge's decision in that fight. But Alex just didn't do enough. Nothing with his hands. He landed one clean right hand the whole fight. Nothing other with his hands. And then you saw Ankalaev landed a couple of hooks that wobbled him, and then he landed that one straight left hand that really wobbled him. Alex was fucked at the end of that second round. If that round had more time, Alex would have been in some trouble. Yeah, he didn't throw his hands enough. That was the big issue for Alex. But he was weary of what was coming back at him, the counters. And I think if anyone, not that you should go rewatch that fight sucked, but go rewatch Gaethje versus Fiziev, and then if you leave it running and you wind up watching that fight again, in the first round, Pereira was landing his low kicks. Ankalaev started ripping hard low kicks back at him, and there was one that hit that Ankalaev, or what's his name? Alex switched stance for a second, so he definitely felt that and was like, whoa, that was a good low kick. Like where Ankalaev, Alex, is kind of throwing them out there and he's touching you. Ankalaev was ripping them. So he definitely got hit with a good couple kicks. A couple punches whizzed by his head, Alex, that he was like, all right, I don't want to get hit with that. I score the leg kicks because I've trained many years. I know how effective those low kicks are. And even my old boy Dennis Bermudez, he was big on the calf kicks, where he used to rip calf kicks. And then I have another training partner that I used to train with. He was smaller, but a kid named Al Jones, who was talented, could have made it to the UFC, but just didn't work out for him. He used to be very effective with the low kicks. He actually fought, and I cornered him in the fight. He fought the green-haired kid that fought Sean O'Malley, Chris Mutino, and he fucked him up with calf kicks. He had Chris Mutino's legs fucked up, and then he just darted in, went to throw like a naked kick, and Chris Mutino fucking caught him and wound up TKOing him. But then after that fight, Chris Mutino couldn't walk. He had to be like helped around the arena. So they're very effective low kicks. And then even I'd use Dennis Bermudez again. If you go watch UFC 189 when Dennis fought Jeremy Stevens, Dennis fractured his fibula, the outside bone in his leg in that fight, and it's from a low kick. And if you go rewatch the fight, you see the moment it happened, and Dennis kept fighting on a broken leg. He got calf kicked, and you see him step fucked up, and then he kind of rights himself, but he got his shit broken. And I've seen a few instances of that where it's not always Chris Weidman or Anderson Silva where you land the low kick, you get checked and break. Sometimes you can break someone's leg by kicking them. And I've seen that a few times where people get the outside bone, the fibula, on their leg broken from low kicks. I've seen it a few times. Oh, I would be there in a heartbeat, Jay Slice. I've done that many times for a lot of friends. I've jumped in their corner last minute. Like even I used to spend a lot of time in Rhode Island, and I had my one friend, he's a pro fighter named Miguel Restrepo. I started managing him and helping him later on in his career, but I saw he was fighting on a show called CES, and I was like, who's cornering him? And then I hit him up. I was like, yo, who's cornering you? He was like, just our one friend, Alex Eklund. So Alex Eklund owns Master Skaya. If you ever look him up, he's a really good jiu-jitsu coach. He owns a bunch of schools in the city, Brooklyn primarily. But I was like, oh shit, me and Alex, I got you. So I jumped in his corner with my friend Alex, and was a great experience. It's always fun. I usually have fun in the build-up to a fight, but then actually cornering someone is fucking terrible. You get the hand sweats, you lose your voice. Like, I've lost my voice many times. Like another Miguel Restrepo fight. He fought Phil Caracappa, who recently just fought in bare knuckle, and he fought on the Contender Series, but he fought him for the Ring of Combat title, and I lost my voice, yelling, screaming during the fight. And then at one point, I turned around, like I was cornering over Eddie Alvarez. Eddie Alvarez was cornering Phil Caracappa, and I was yelling over Eddie Alvarez. And every time someone would scream, I kept turning, and then I'm like, oh shit, that's Eddie Alvarez who's been yelling at me, yelling behind me the whole fight. But yeah, cornering's fun. But again, very stressful. Takes so much out of you. You almost wish you were in there fighting more than cornering people. Rank my top 5 fighters. I don't know if I have a top 5. I could just rattle off names that I like. Like right now, I like Ilya. I like John Jones. I always liked Robbie Lawler. I always liked Fedor. A lot of people. I always enjoy a Conor fight. I love what Conor did for the sport, that he fucking 10x'd the sport and made it just balloon up the way it did. Plus the build up to Conor fights is always entertaining. I like Colby. I've seen the other side of Colby. I've partied with Colby. Colby's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's actually really humble. It is a complete character. It's a little bit, I do watch boxing, yes. It's a little bit of how he actually is, but he turns it up in his persona. Like, he's funny, he cracks jokes and shit, but he's a really nice guy. So I like Colby. I've always liked watching Colby fights. Gilbert Burns. I fucking love Gilbert Burns. Gilbert Burns is a really good dude. I love Gilbert Burns' lady. She's cool. His kids are really cool. Jared Gordon's my boy. I'll always watch a Jared Gordon fight and root for him. Matt Favola is one of my guys I love watching fight. I like Nazim Sadikov right now. I feel like he's very entertaining. Good dude as well. I used to always like watching Dominic Cruz fights till he got old. I was big on Dominic Cruz when I was younger. Chuck Liddell was the man back in the day. I used to love watching Randy Couture. Do you think Colby or Masvidal was in the wrong? I think Colby was in the wrong. I mean, he did say it's on site and shit. So when Masvidal was wrong for running up the way he did with like a ski mask on and shit, or a COVID mask and a black hoodie, but I'm all for that. If you have beef, I say it all the time. I want to start the troll fighting championships, and people that come in my live and troll, I want to set them up a fight. Maybe they'll fight me. Maybe they'll fight some random other troll, but I think you should be held accountable for your words. I'm very big on that. So if it's in the street or if it's in a sanctioned event, I think I support violence. I support fighting. Especially if it's sanctioned and it's like mutual combat. Like, we'll fuck each other up. We'll shake hands afterward. I'm all for that. That's how I felt watching my brother in high school. Bro, just leaning on someone against the cage. Yeah, the cage control conversation. Definitely they need to change that rule a little bit. But again, you got to get off the cage. There's techniques that you can use to get off the cage. Ilya versus Conor at a catchweight. Today's Conor, I got Ilya, but Conor in his prime, I would. It's tough to bet against that guy. The prime Conor, the Aldo Conor, the Eddie Alvarez Conor. You know, Nate Diaz wound up being like the perfect storm for Conor. A little bit bigger than him, better cardioed athlete, and Conor just gassed. Like, even that fight, I'm sure you guys watched that fight, especially some of the hardcore fans. Remember Conor versus Nate Diaz when I think Nate slapped him? And then they break a little bit, and then he landed that 1-2 when Conor was tired, and you saw Conor get rocked a little bit. I remember being so fucking Like, holy shit, when that happened. I always loved the Diaz brothers as well. I was always big into Nate. Nate more for the entertainment aspect. I always thought he was a little bit sloppy of a fighter, but I always loved Nick. Like, prime Nick Diaz used to fuck people up. Nick coming back now, he doesn't look the same. He looks slower. His shit's not as snappy. But yeah, I love me some boxing. I got banned last weekend watching the box. I've gotten banned 2 weeks in a row, actually, watching the boxing that's been on. And just bickering with fans. But yeah, I love me some boxing. I mean, I'm looking at it now. I think my screen might be froze on my TikTok because my screen is not moving. Colby did call the cops, apparently. Or someone called the cops, and then the cops came there after Colby and Masvidal. Yeah, I like Dan Bilzerian. I'm not mad at Dan Bilzerian. But yeah, everybody in this TikTok, throw me a follow. I'm going to hop out and I'm going to restart my video. Please throw me a follow. We'll jump right back on, but I think my shit's freezing up on me. But please, I appreciate you guys for the conversation. Throw me a follow, and I'll see you guys when I hop back on. But yeah, I like Dan Bilzerian. One of my favorite things is you ever see, and then I'll get to the Usyk one, but you ever see that video of the whatchamacallit, the shooting, the Las Vegas shooting, and Dan Bilzerian like runs up to the cop and tries to like talk with the cop, and the cop's like, I don't know, you get the fuck away from me. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck away from me. I love that video. Little videos like that I find on the internet make me laugh. Next for Usyk, I think the winner of... Oh, no, Dubois, that fight fell out. I mean, I'd like to see him fight Dubois again because I feel like Dubois kind of got robbed in that first fight. He landed that body shot that fucked him up and should have won. Tyson Fury, I think, retired, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you know the video I'm talking about, Jay Slice? He runs up like, hey, what's up, man? Like, what are we doing? And the cop's like, get the fuck away from me. Like, what are you doing? Get the fuck away from me. And then he tries to say something else like, I don't know you. Get the fuck out of here. But respect for Dan Bilzerian in that moment to even run towards the fucking gunfire. You know, you're fucking crazy if you're doing some shit like that. I don't know if he tried taking the cop's gun. I'd have to rewatch the video, but I know he ran up and tried to like ask the cops what's going on. But Usyk, I don't know what's next for Usyk. I'd like to see him and Dubois fight. I know Dubois was trying to fight Parker, and then that fight fell out. And then, or who did Parker fight? Yeah, and then Parker fought Bacoli and fucked Bacoli up. But I'd like to see Dubois get a rematch with Usyk, especially after knocking out what's his name like that. That was a good fight. I remember I won money on that fight with Dubois as an underdog. I was like, I just feel like Dubois is going to fuck him up tonight. And then sure enough, Dubois delivered. Man, though, TikTok's such a shitty app that I always have issues with TikTok. Like right now, my TikTok just keeps fucking freezing. Trying to get my numbers up there so I can start, you know, getting all my numbers up everywhere, and TikTok just keeps fucking with me. You know, like my goal is to get back on the tip I was on and just start doing this shit more and blowing my shit back up. That's what I got to do. Again, I say it all the time. I got to start doing the interviews again because I know that's the cheat code, but as long as I'm consistent and just keep doing them, I'll get where I plan to go. I know that. And yeah, I like Bobby Green. So you can go watch the interview. It's an old interview that we did with Bobby Green. We had a lot of fun with Bobby Green. And even now, like I said, Bobby Green trains with my old jiu-jitsu coach. So he's like my brother, if you will. My brother from another mother. You know, we both have the same uncle, if you will. Uncle Laurel. You know, like my old jiu-jitsu coach, Marcos Galval. He used to fight in Bellator. He was the Bellator bantamweight champion. You never got to see his jiu-jitsu. His jiu-jitsu was so fucking good. And then the only time he ever really competed or did anything, he got heel hooked by, I I think Ryan Hall or somebody heel hooked him, and it didn't show how good he was. He kind of choked. But like in practice and shit, Laurel used to be the guy. Like really good jiu-jitsu. And even better than he could actually do jiu-jitsu, he was a really good coach. Like the shit he would show you would fucking blow your mind, and you'd be like, what the fuck did he just do? And I've been around a lot of really good jiu-jitsu guys, but Laurel was definitely up there. But yeah, I definitely want to see Usyk versus Dubois. I'm curious to see what happens with this new UFC boxing company. Alex turned into Izzy. That's funny. Do you partake in a religion at all or not? I mean, I'm Catholic. I do believe in God. Love Jesus. But I used to really vibe with Buddhist. But that was also, I used to take mushrooms, and I used to go to nightclubs and like rave. And one time I took too much mushrooms and I started tripping the fuck out. And I was at Club Space in Miami. And then all of a sudden I turned and there was a little Buddha statue like this. So I gave the little Buddha statue a pound, and it just started like getting me good. And then I even held the little a little gold Buddha statue. I started holding the little gold Buddha statue's hand, and it made me come back. And then I was like, wow, Buddha, like what's up with Buddha? And then I started reading about Buddha and Buddhism. And Buddhism is that life is suffering. Everyone's going to suffer. It's about doing good deeds, and that's going to help you achieve enlightenment. And if there's a heaven, if there's a hell, whatever, as long as you do good deeds, it's going to make you have like a good soul and a good purpose and feel better about yourself. So, you know, I really definitely vibed with Buddhism. And then I always think there's a good movie with, it's like, what's that movie called? It's called, it's with like John Travolta and two kids, and they have like a distribution ring, and the Mexican cartel takes their girlfriend. I forget the name of the movie. Savages. And then the guy says, like, you got to always be like a Buddhist, man. The guy's like, what the fuck does a fat Jap know about anything? But yeah, Buddhism. Look into it. But I'm Catholic. I got to rewatch Jones Reyes. Was it that bad? No. Go watch the third round, and you'll know a lot. I wouldn't say Jones, Reyes, and Anik. If Alex and Ankalaev compares to anything, it probably compares to Aldo versus Mario Batista. Do I think Delice beats Vettori? He could. I'm rooting for Vettori in that fight, but Delice is a problem. Delice is pretty good. And Delice is good on the ground. Alex should hold off on heavyweight. I don't think he's ready for heavyweight. Especially if Ankalaev was able to hold him and move him around in the clinch like that, I think heavyweights are going to have a lot more success. Yeah, I worry about Vettori in that fight. Vettori's been off for a little bit. But I like Vettori. Vettori's a good dude. Every one of the Dagestani fighters are so boring to watch. I mean, I don't think Islam or Khabib were that boring. Khabib had boring fights, though. He did have a couple of boring fights. Yes, Delice has that Georgian aura. And then Delice, was it Delice, if I'm not mistaken, who stole... He was dating that one cute fighter chick. He stole her from his wife at one point. What's that guy? The guy was like a 125er, and his chick got stolen by Roman Delice, if I'm not mistaken. It was 3-2 somebody. I could see it being 3-2 Ankalaev. But Alex didn't do enough to steal the rounds. Even like the third round was the round it came down to. Alex won the first half of it, but then he gave the round away at the end, getting controlled. You know, the scoring criteria is going to score control like that. I don't agree with the 49-46. I definitely think Pereira won 2 rounds at least. But yeah, when you say Alex, I don't think Alex Pereira. I always think Alex Volkanovski. I'm an Alex fan, but I was going to be upset if he kept the belt. Yeah, that fight was just terrible. Between that fight and the women's fight, that pay-per-view started to dud out a little bit, but it was saved by the Gaethje Fiziev fight and the Bahamondes fight. I could see that rule of thumb, the champion fighting like that. Like, I hate when people say that notion of, oh, you got to take the belt from the champ. What does that mean? That we throw out the scoring criteria and just give close rounds to the champion? You gotta have some type of validity in scoring. And right now, the rules say, thank you for the likes, Adam. I appreciate it. If you guys can, spam me with some likes. I'd appreciate it. Make sure you throw me a follow. I always go live with the fights, and I'll pop on lives and talk about fighting. I appreciate the comments, the conversation, all that shit. Yeah, you got to beat the champ to be the champ. Makes no sense. I know. It's like, what are we supposed to do? Throw out the scoring criteria and just score rounds for the champion? It's like you score the rounds how they score them. But I've said it before. I'll say it again. The scoring criteria in the UFC favors the grapplers. It does. That's just how it is. That's how it's going to be with the cage. It's hard to get off that cage. I think Pereira was just a little gun shy tonight. I think he was very wary of Ankalaev's power. I think he got hurt with a low kick early. I think he got hit with that left hand, and it kind of just changed his whole demeanor and game plan. Like, what did he landed one punch, one right hand, Pereira. I don't remember him landing anything else punch-wise, so he wasn't even throwing punches. He was very gun-shy. Yeah, I mean, what do you, if you can't get off the cage, you're waiting for the referee to get you off the cage. But there were a few moments where the crowd was booing. Arguably, those are the moments when the referee should step in. But again, Marc Goddard's such an inconsistent ref. We've seen fights where Marc Goddard breaks cage shit early, and then we've seen fights like tonight where he just lets it go. Very inconsistent ref. Do not like Marc Goddard. I'm not a Marc Goddard fan. I don't disagree with the decision. It could have went either way. I was rooting for Alex because he was in my parlay, but he didn't do enough. That's all it came down to. Ankalaev didn't do much more, but Pereira didn't do enough. I think a second fight is better. I think a second fight's better for Ankalaev, but it could have been that Alex is a little burnt out. It could have been the power that he felt from Ankalaev. Who knows what was going on with Alex, but Alex looked off. More so than Ankalaev putting it on him or being effective, because he got stuffed 12 takedowns and held him against the cage. He landed a little bit more shots. I think it was more Alex Pereira just had an off night. Shitty performance turned in by him. He didn't make any adjustments in the fight. Didn't step on the gas and really go for a finish. Other than he landed that glancing high kick in the 5th round. And yeah, he wasn't throwing combinations. He wasn't setting anything up. It's not a good fight. Not a good performance by Alex Pereira tonight. Someone said it good earlier. He turned into Sean Strickland tonight. But when Strickland turned into a shit fighter against DDP fucked him up. When Pereira turned into a shit fighter against Ankalaev, all Ankalaev did was hold him against the cage. I can't wait for that Yair Rodriguez Patricio Pitbull fight. It sucks that we're getting Patricio Pitbull in the UFC a little bit too late, but a little bit past his prime. But I think him versus Yair could be a banger. I'm leaning towards Yair because he's a lot bigger. He's a tough matchup for Patricio Pitbull, but you can't sleep on Patricio Pitbull. That dude can scrap. He has good jiu-jitsu. He bites down on his mouthpiece, and he'll stand in the pocket with anybody. I could see him catching Yair. But I always think of that BJ Penn fight with Yair, where Yair was like, you ever play a video game with somebody and they get kind of cheap and they keep throwing the same kick that you can't block over and over? That's what that Yair versus BJ Penn fight was. So I think Yair's kicks, and it seems like he got away from his kicks a little bit. He could definitely hurt, what's his name with his kicks, Patricio Pitbull. Like, there's a range where that fight could be fought at where Patricio can't get to Yair, and Yair just fucks him up with kicks. Yeah, Ankalaev did a good job walking Alex down, and Alex was on the defensive that whole fight. And then the moments that he wasn't on the defensive and he started backing Ankalaev up, didn't capitalize on, didn't land anything. Oh, come on, Nomi. What are you talking about? The women fights are entertaining in MMA. I'm thinking you must be drunk or you're sleep deprived or something. They throw scratches. They don't throw hands. That was the worst part of that pay-per-view. That was the worst part of the pay-per-view tonight. Even worse than that shitty main event was that girl fight. And that girl fight wasn't the worst girl fight. It's a lower form of combat. Their skills aren't as advanced as the men yet. So put that shit on the prelims. That fight should have been on the Apex prelims of the card next week. Absolutely. That fight was complete ass. I don't want that shit on my pay-per-view. Amanda Lemos versus Lucendo. I think Karate Hottie retired, right? Michelle Watterson. I think she retired. But yeah, she's a sweetheart. I made Michelle Watterson cry once at a UFC press conference. I asked her questions about her daughter. I asked her if having a kid changed her as a fighter and changed like her outlook on fighting. And she was like, I just want to make my daughter proud and let her know girls can do anything. She said something like that. But she started crying. And I was like, oh, fuck. I looked around the room and I was like, oh, did I just really make this lady start crying? You know, because guys would always tell me that once they had kids, it really changed their outlook on fighting a little bit, and that like they had women or they had girls, so it kind of softened them up to life and made them a lot less like ruthless. So I asked Misha Tate and Michelle Watterson that question, if having kids changed how they look at fighting. And Misha Tate was like, great question, and then went into an answer, and then Karate Hottie got like emotional and started tearing up and crying and shit, and I was like, oh my God, did I make this lady start crying? But sweet, sweet lady. I thought Tank lost to Roach. I had that fight without the knockdown. I had that fight like 150, probably like 116, 112, maybe 115, 113. It was close. It was a very close fight. But then if you add in the knockdown, then it was more clear cut. Or the taking a knee. Which again should have been a knockdown. If you go, there's a fight. I forget who Floyd Mayweather was fighting, but he lands a left hook, hurts his hand, backs up, and then takes a knee. They start counting him. The Tank Davis versus what's his name, Ryan Garcia fight. Ryan Garcia got hit, backed up, and then 2-3 seconds later took a knee. They start counting. That's a knockdown in any fight. Pereira wasn't robbed. He didn't do enough. If he would have won, it would have been a gift. It was a close fight, but he didn't get robbed. It was pretty clear that Ankalaev was going to win, but I was hoping for a robbery, to be honest with you. My parlays all had Pereira in. I wanted to hedge my bet a little bit and put something on Ankalaev, and then right when I was looking at that, my stream froze because ESPN was fucking garbage tonight. And then when I was resetting my page, at one point, it stopped me from resetting my page, and it said that too many people were clicking, too many people were trying to go to the page. And that was all the people that were trying to buy it, and it wasn't working for them. So people were just spamming ESPN. So I should look into getting a refund for that shit. But that shit never fucking works. That shit never works. Weak main card, if you will. I mean, Gaethje and Fiziev was good. Bahamondes and Turner was good. Bobby Green got highlight reeled. Wasn't a competitive fight. He just got hit with a right hand and then spin kicked. And then the women's fight I thought sucked, but I'm sexist. And the main event was lackluster. It was a chess match with not a lot of risk taken. Boxing is more inclined to bending the rules of their company. Yeah, boxing's corrupt as fuck. We see a lot of robberies in boxing. Like, that Roach Tank Davis fight, because it was close, but Tank did not win that fight. I knew it was going to probably wind up being a draw because it reminded me of the Triple G Canelo Alvarez fight. The first one, where the Triple G won, clearly won, but they made it a draw. And it was like a shocking fucking result. Not as bad as that fight, but close. It was similar to that. Who's Ian Machado? Ian Gary? Did you just go Brazilian on Ian Machado and give him his last name? He's solid. I mean, he's impressing me more and more with each fight, but when I met him, so I went, not that I met him, I didn't even meet him, but I could have interviewed him one time when I was at Killcliff, which is now Sanford, which is now Killcliff, and I chose to interview Gilbert Burns over it. It was when Gilbert Burns was about to fight Khamzat, and Ian Gary was there, and I was talking to Henry Hooft, and he was like, grab whoever you want if you want to interview them. And I was like, and I saw Ian Gary. Ian Gary had this is before Ian Gary was anybody real in the UFC, but I kind of knew he was scheduled or tentative to be like the next Conor. He had like 5 fucking entourage people with him, his wife, a cameraman, like so many people with him. And he seemed kind of pretentious that I was like, I think I'm good on that guy. Gilbert, you ready? And then I talked to Gilbert, who's a good dude. And then I kind of saw the personality start coming out of Ian Gary, and I was like, oh, I was kind of right. He's kind of a douche. But he's growing on me, if you will. He definitely surprised me in that fight with Shavkat. I definitely gained a lot of respect for him in that Shavkat fight. Was it Jeff Neal that he beat? He had a few fights where he won my respect a little bit. And he's better. He's turning out better than I thought he was. So I thought he would have got smoked by now. But every fight, it seems like he's making improvements. So I can't hate on him. I think it's funny who was giving him so much shit. I know Colby was giving him shit. I think the MMA Guru was giving him shit. I saw a lot of people going hard about the situation with his wife. But, I mean, his wife's hot. I'd fuck his wife. I'm not mad at him for her. Strickland was calling him a cuck, sure. But his wife's not bad looking, so props to him. I'm not mad at him for that. I would be mad at him if all that shit's true, like that he took the wife's last name, which he didn't. If he was sitting in the corner watching his wife get fucked, but he claims he didn't. But who knows? But yeah, I don't support being a cuck. That's some bitch made shit. But he denied all those allegations, so. And he did, you know how one area where he was winning me over is, you ever seen his son on social media? He has his son, he'll be like, son, do Alex Pejeda, and his son will start walking. He had his son, he goes, do DC, and his son shoots on a single leg. His son hops around and then shoots a single leg. So I like that shit. He's definitely raising his son right if he's teaching him about the MMA greats and showing him shit like that. I'm not mad about that. Yeah, his son seems cool. His son's in the MMA game, so I'm not mad at him for that. And again, if his wife makes him a cuck, that sucks, but his wife's not bad looking, so he pulled a hot older lady. But then when you see more about her, that, yeah, she wrote like the WAG book and stuff, yeah, she seems kind of... And then she did make one video. Like, I think she needs to shut up, actually. Because now I'm remember she made a couple of cringy videos. So she kind of sucks, but... You know how it is. Women be women. Officer O, what do I think about the Marshall decision? I thought it was a robbery, but 2-1. I think Santos got a gift tonight, to yesterday, whatever you want to call it. Definitely a bad decision. I thought that Santos was going to catch that L, but they gave it to him. I had Santos in my parlay, so I would have hit big tonight if Pejeda would have won. Pejeda was my salesman tonight, which fucking sucks. especially when the fight was close enough that he could have made a few small adjustments or threw a few more punches and wound up stealing that fight. But instead, he laid a complete egg, very low volume, didn't do enough, and fucked up my parlays. So, thanks for that, Alex. You dick. Did it take away from Islam's legacy when he retired? You're talking about Khabib, you mean? I think I forget. Did Santos win the third round? I remember I did think he won at least one round. But I forget. That fight was so long ago at this point. It was hours ago. But I remember, I think he lost. I think he might have won the third. He lost the first and second. Oh, that's funny. I get his clone mixed up. I feel like they're actually way different. Like, Islam makes me laugh. I sleepy, I eaty, and I trainy. Plus that, send your kid 2-3 years Dagestan and forget. And then the way he always trolls DC is funny. But yeah, Khabib definitely hurt his legacy. But I think Khabib would have lost eventually. His striking was too... He had a really good chin. He had an iron chin, so his chin might have held up. But he got hit sometimes, and I was like, oh, his striking. He doesn't look too sharp. So maybe eventually he would have zigged when he should have zagged and got caught. But undefeated, you can't take it away from him. I think if his legacy falters anywhere, it's that he wasn't around long enough. Like if he had the most title defenses at 55 or had some other big wins. Who are you talking about? Marshall, Officer O? But yeah, I did think that fight was a little bit of a robbery. And then again, I was hoping they were going to rob Ankalaev because I would have hit $470. Come here. My dog's going to start barking at me any second. But good night of fights. If you guys can, please throw me some follows. I'm going to wrap it up here. Try to get some sleep. I appreciate you guys for joining me all night. You guys are all legends. I appreciate it. Yeah, Marshall looked good. He's definitely a prospect, but he got robbed tonight. Nah, I don't think Chama got robbed. I think Chama robbed himself with that performance. He robbed all the fans. He robbed me of my fucking parlay money. Just needed to put out more volume. Robbed himself more than anything. All right, Jay Slice, you're the man. I'll see you guys next time. I appreciate you guys for joining me. Maybe I'll go. I'm trying to go live every day. I didn't get banned today, so today's a W. I didn't get banned. I made it through lives without getting banned for a week. So I'll try to hop on a live tomorrow or Monday. Definitely sooner rather than later. Oh, shit, Jojo. He said goodnight to you. All right. I appreciate it, Jay Slice. You're the man. I'll see you next time. Thank you for stopping in tonight. Everybody else on TikTok, thank you for stopping in. Please throw me some likes, some follows. Be sure to check out my other YouTube channel I'm trying to grow, Stan the Man MMA. And I appreciate you guys. Well,